This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Dobro jutro. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day of European cricket. It's finals day here in the T20IW Bulgaria, and apologies for the late start, but there was a bit of an issue with some localized flooding overnight due to a faulty sprinkler, and that resulted in a patch of the outfield that just wasn't safe for play when we were meant to get underway almost an hour ago, but we are about to get underway. So the bronze final will see Serbia taking on Bulgaria. The two teams have finished third and fourth. And a while ago, we had the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Bulgaria to call.
There.
And it is heads.
We choose bowling.
Serbia has won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Looking wonderful out there in the middle, and you can see there's no issues as far as rain at the moment anyway. That's Dunja Demic of Serbia winning the toss and sending in the home side, who is still without a win in the series. And of course, they want to turn that around, but they had a rough old game last night against the table-topping Turks, and it will be an underdog performance, really. Bulgaria still without a win in T20IW cricket. There were two teams that came into this series without a win in T20IWs, Turkey and Bulgaria, and they couldn't have had more different experiences. Turkey actually going unbeaten through their run. They have just been on a golden run, haven't they? I did think that Greece started the tournament as favourites, but Turkey got an upset win in match one. They've never looked back, and they haven't lost since. Let's have a look at yesterday's games. Of course, long day, 3 T20 internationals, with Greece holding off Bulgaria, although it was a fairly competitive game, 176 to 134. Makri has had a good series, and the experienced Ioana Ajrapoulou for Greece with a half century as well. Dissanayake fought the tide with 61 not out and a 50 for Sarandeva as well. Very batting heavy game there in match number 4, but Greece just too many runs on the board. Dissanayake would actually finish the day with a bit of an injury, which has put her out of this bronze final. More about that in a moment. Match 5 saw Serbia taking on Greece, and this was a real thriller in the end. Serbia bowled out with 9 balls left on the table. Merasovic with 52 not out. Maria Siriotti with a 5-wicket haul in that innings as well. Now, Greece took all the way to the last over to get the runs, and it was a bit of a thriller. There was a run out backing up, or the man-cat as it's known. That really complicated issues, but Greece got over the line with just 1 wicket to spare. And, well, let's just say that was a controversial finish if ever I saw one. Then a bit of a mismatch in the last game of the day, but like I said, going into the tournament, both these teams had never had a T20IW win, and Turkey put on a bit of a show. Again, twin half-centurions with Yildirim and Cengiz with 59 and 54 respectively. 221 was way too many for Bulgaria in the end, and they were bowled out 55, but 2 players absent hurt, including Dissanayake, who went down with what looked like maybe an Achilles or a lower leg strain late in the piece. So 2 batters short in the end, Turkey, and they finished Bulgaria, I should say, they finished without a win. Turkey going undefeated 3-0, and that is it's a transitive order on the table with all teams beating the teams below them, but losing to the teams above them. So we'll see Serbia versus Bulgaria in this bronze final. Then later on, we'll see Turkey and Greece. I'm looking forward to that one as well. Rematch of match 1 for the T20IW trophy here in Bulgaria. So getting ready for a start, and I want to welcome everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and also want to say well done to Shoban, who's done a magnificent job over the first couple of days of these T20s. He's having the day off and thoroughly deserves it as well. Sarah Simic comes in for Serbia. Bulgaria forced to make a couple of changes. Gocheva and Abadjeva come in for them. But they do look a little bit light on Bulgaria, especially with no Dissanayake in the lineup. We saw her go down, attempting a boundary stop in the last match yesterday. We'll say we're underway in Belgium as well. And I know they got a huge day there. They've got 6 matches coming up over there. So, yeah, plenty happening around the grounds on the European Cricket Network today. Serbia, their only win was actually against Bulgaria when these two teams met in match number 2. Bulgaria made 113 for 8 off their 20 overs. Serbia chased it down in the 16th over, and you can see there Serbia pretty healthy favourites, but Bulgaria not without a chance. We'll say their chances probably went down a little bit with no Dissanayake in the lineup. She's one of only 2 players to hit a 6 in this series. Thanks for your patience, everyone in the chat. I want to say a quick hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Jules Udabridge is in there as well. Well done to everyone on the ground for getting it ready. And to be honest, 95% of the ground was fine. It was just this one patch that was affected by the sprinkler, I think, coming on, I think more by accident than anything else, and staying on overnight, which obviously is a bit of a regrettable situation, but it's been worked on. I think everyone knew with the heat it would dry out sooner rather than later. So I should also mention this is a 12 over contest. Okay, so it isn't a 20 over contest. It has been reduced due to the time loss to 12 overs per side. And we can show you the conditions for that in a moment. But we're almost ready to go. Weather today in Sofia should be mostly sunny. 28 is the expected maximum. Currently 25. Here we go with Trajkovic getting going. And, well, one runs, one doesn't. Could have an early problem here, but got going just in time, did Sarandeva. They get through for a single. So, yeah, so 12 over game, 4 over power play. 2 bowlers may bowl 3 overs, and the other bowlers are restricted to 2 overs max. So we'll keep an eye on that. So 4 over power play, of course, 2 fielders outside the circle in the 4 over power play, but in the other overs, you can have up to 4 outfielders in T20IW cricket, not 5, just 4. So Randeva hits, and so I think you need to make an adjustment here. With a 12 over game, you need to be more aggressive with running between the wickets. I will say that all teams have improved compared to when I've seen them before. First time I've had a look at the Turkey women, but the other teams I have seen before, they certainly have improved. But one thing I would like to see is a bit more aggression with the running between the wickets, especially towards the end of the innings. I mean, you already start kind of 8 overs into the innings effectively. You just got the last 12 overs to bat. The way you need to look at it. Shodorova hits that well and gets through. The captain, Slajana Matejevic, initially. Well, now they decide to go for 2 and could have a run out. I think that could be gone. It has been given. So Sarandeva, just the hesitation there. I'd like to see this one from the main camera to see exactly what happened with the running between the wickets. I mean, I was looking for more aggression, but hesitation is really what kills you here. I think if they go straight away, they make it. And let's have a look at it. You can see probably not backing up. There's the initial hesitation and then not really turning quickly, and then makes the decision to go. There's the hesitation. I think that's what would cost her in the end, just short of her crease. And so a bit of early drama, but hey, it's a 12 over game. You got 10 wickets to play with. I'd love to see the Bulgarians hustling for those kind of runs. In the end, there's, let's just say, a few conversations, but I think she's trying to say, look, she hesitated. It made me hesitate. Let's have a look at it again. There's the first run. And they're not really looking for a second. So, I mean, maybe that was on Shodorova. Maybe we can see that again in a moment. 3 for 1 in the first over. Yeah, she kind of, I think she wanted to go for the run there, Sarandeva, but she just hesitated because Shodorova wasn't really looking for it. Well done by Serbia to execute the dismissal. Prokic was the one that threw it back to Maria Trajkovic. First wide. I will say the teams have shown improvement in that area as well. It can make a big difference at this level. You see a lot more bowlers, repeatable action now, just settling enough to, a bit more experience in the game. A little bit more, I will say. Still not too much when you consider the pressure these players, the microscope they're put under, given their relative inexperience. Well, it's a little bit short, hit up in the air, but it won't carry. Again, like to see them taking off for the run straight away. They'll get there. And so that'll take us to the end of the first over. It's 5 for 1 after 1. And so, yeah, it is something I suppose you need to think about in a shorter game. This is the totals over the first 2 days. No, 2 long days, I will say. I see a couple of maximos yesterday on day 2. But we're looking at 6.8 runs and over. So that's an average in the 130s per 20 overs. Not too many wickets per 10 overs. That's quite low, about 3.4. We have seen over 154s, which is a good sign as well. So 6 matches played. We just have the 2 matches today. And we have 6 matches, of course, happening in Belgium. He's a good player. Nadia Nojic, who's going to bowl over number 2. I remember seeing her playing for Lavender Lionesses in the ECSW that was in Croatia last year. She's a real star. And she's continued her good form in this tournament. Serbia have had some success in T20IW cricket. A bit short again. An early throw to the bowl. That's going to be gone. Another run out. Just too slow to get going. Shot her over. Kind of caused that run out before. Now, Abajieva doing the right thing, trying to hustle through, but Sharova just didn't have the pace to get down there in time, and it was a very clever throw, quick throw to the bowler. And she's gone by some distance. The bowler does the right thing here. Nadia is a very clever cricketer and hurls it into the stumps. She's gone by a step. So 2 run-outs. And Sharova will have to go. The ceremonial bat swap is completed, and it's 5 for 2 in the second over. Trajkovic in the game again. Have a look here. Did kind of get going reasonably quickly, but I think it's just one of those things that Abajieva was looking for the run. Sharova, even if she did go straight away, was probably going to struggle, but these are the chances I feel you have to take in a 12-over game. Of course, we're used to 10-over games, aren't we, on ECN, but yeah, you got to have that kind of approach. Nojic, very good fielder, as I recall when I saw her in Mladost last year in Zagreb. Good bowler too. Fraction short. Abajieva hits her first ball away for 1, and that's all they'll get. The Serbians, yeah, they are pretty well drilled in the field. You've seen that already. Just getting the ball back quickly to either the bowler or the keeper. But yeah, just mentioning Shoban again, he's been brilliant, hasn't he, so far? His energetic commentary, I've certainly been tuning in and getting a lot of it. Ronikova faces up. Plays that shot nicely around the corner, gets it moving, but the fielder's there. Thinker two's never on, but this throws away from the keeper. And Dunja Demic had too much to do, didn't she? You can see here. I mean, this is why it's worth taking on some of these runs, especially you've got very similar batting unit, top to bottom. If you get run out, someone else will take your place. You're unlikely to get bowled out in 12. Not impossible. Bowled by Nojic there, just nipping back off the pitch. So the idea for Bulgaria is any sort of defendable score. So can they hustle, let's say 8 and over? Can they get to 96, something like that, and bowl well, put the Serbians under pressure? Problem is, Serbia have had some good players in form as well. This one maybe just misses. Not by much. It's got that one to go the other way. Watch this one. Probably just a fraction short. Probably has been a bit short in the over. Nojic on the whole. All the way across. Umpire has a good look. Thinks it's going down the leg side. Probably fair enough. It's better length from Nadia. Yeah, again, good location. Just sneaks it in inside the tram line. So into the second over, and Bulgaria finding it hard to get going. 9 for 2 after 2. One thing I love about this Bulgarian team, they are certainly quite expressive. We saw that when they played in Estonia not too long ago. And they didn't have a lot of success, but you love the competitive juices that are flowing in their system. Even occasionally overstepping with the old back throw and this and that. But it's good to see, they want to be competitive, and that's what fuels improvement. Let's look at the table with Turkey previously never winning a game, winning all 3 in the series. It's a big story. Maria Trajkovic is back, pushes that first one down the leg side. Yeah, if you do want to jump in with a comment or a question, please do. ECN European Cricket Network. Relatively short day here compared to the first 2 days of the tournament. And the opposite in Belgium, they go longer today. Shot from Abadjeva. Pretty well executed stop. We know there's a few Tortugas in this outfield. Vasilevsky. Called a wide. I mean, some of they are a bit harsh on these in T20 cricket. I mean, that takes some of the line, but there's a lot more kind of discretion for the umpires in this format. But maybe that was one you could let go. It's a long way across. That could be out. Umpire thinks it might just be going over the stumps. It's been an interesting one, actually, to see the height. Got a long way across. Was it doing so much that it was going to miss off? Did hit a very high. It's probably what saved Rudnikova there. Sometimes she does get the length she wants. As Magdalena Nikolic was player of the series in that European Cricket Series in Zagreb last year. That was a great series as well. There was golden ball in it. That was post-sunset, I think. That's a pullable length as well, and well hit, but they've got the field well set for it, don't they? Have to settle for a single. Do you think Serbia, they've bowled okay so far? Probably just a fraction short on occasion. I think what we've seen is that the Bulgarian batters with their technique, they do find it hard. That ball is a bit more pitched up. Throws their hands at this one and gets a piece of it. Probably 2 there if they go quickly. And they will. That's good running. Veronica, the captain, trying to step up in a tough spot. Remember, you have 2 bowls that can bowl 3 overs. The rest are limited to 2 overs. Pulled away. And edge of the pitcher to finish the over. It'll be the end of 3 and the score is 17 for 2. So blue skies, which is hopefully the way it stays today. I know there's a slight chance of a shower later on, but it's kind of scheduled as a possible, not a probable, and it's probably going to be after play finishes anyway. If there was a slight shower, probably not the worst thing for this ground if it was to happen overnight, because it has rock hard basically. Nadia comes back and gets that first one inside. It's just one you need to throw your hands at. Detlina Ronikova has shown she's able to hit offside. We saw that last over. Good length. Takes off straight away, then second guesses herself. Bowler's hands on. This is a good example. See the main camera here. The main thing is you need to both be on the same page. And that's one that I think if the non-strikers backing up, they get through for a run there. But she's just kind of sitting, not moving a lot. Maybe a couple of steps. And then immediately went back. Something I see quite a lot is non-strikers backing up, but then immediately heading back to the non-strikers crease when they don't need to. Just a kind of bit of a fear thing of leaving home base. I can understand that, but it kind of counteracts the reason that you back up in the first place. Again, no real intent to try and score off that delivery. You can block the odd good one out, but I mean, if you're Bulgaria, you'd rather kind of risk losing to win, if that makes sense. You don't think you're satisfied just kind of going to a score of 50-something. That's better that time. Takes off. Oh, gone. You wouldn't believe it. What a direct hit. It seemed like a decent run. Abadjeva was running to the danger end, so she thought, but somehow the Bulgarian skipper's been run out, and it's a bullet of an underarm from square leg. Check this out on the replay. This is one, I actually think this is good running, but it's just a very good piece of fielding. Takes off straight away, has to be perfect. It is perfect, and you can't believe it. Really outstanding cricket from Serbia, and you could sense the frustration there from Ronikova, but that's the price of doing business in a 12-over game, I suppose. What a bit of fielding. And that was Tamara Trajkovic, who has hit the stumps from downtown. And it will be the third wicket in the fourth over at 17 for 3. Check it out again. Really doesn't do anything wrong here, Ronikova. But just a very good throw. Had to be direct, and it was. Outstanding stuff. When your luck's out sometimes. Abadjeva will get the strike. Last ball, the fourth. Last ball, the power play. And good length from Nadia. She'll learn that's the length. Really not too many options for the Bulgarians at this stage. Nadia Nojic with only 4 conceded off her 2 overs, but she can thank Tamara for saving at least one of those runs at the end of 4 overs. It's 17 for 3. Nikolova, who's the new batter, will face up now. Sada Simic is ready to go. She was an in for this game. Let's see if she can make a bit of a difference. Good length first up from Sarah. .56 expected at the moment. Again, excellent length. It gets up above the eye line. And this one is shorter, and you can see the difference. It means you can get a swing on it. And they've got good fielders all around the place. Yevgenovich does very well to keep that from getting past her. Still no falls in the day. Hits that on the full. That's going to go pretty close. Wow. Extraordinary fielding out there. And we'll go for two, and they'll get there in the end. But that's when foot fielding works, I suppose. Now look at this. Left foot. Dealing with the Tortuga. Pretty good sweep shot, actually. If it was not a full toss, I think it could have been an LBW candidate there. Down the leg side for a wide. Nice work by Demic. Keep it down the leg side to make that block. That's the length, isn't it? That's a good example here. The non-striker, Abadjeva. It's an interesting time when she hasn't been facing, but straight away turns around, goes back to the non-striker's end when the ball's missed, but there was a run there. If she'd run straight away, she could have called Nikolova through for a run. So it's one thing to back up. You should only have Ruby heading back to the bowler's end if the ball's hit straight back at the bowler and you need to hustle back. Otherwise, stop, have a look. This one does get back over the bowler. That's actually going to go all the way. It's a very good hit from Nikolova. Pretty good result, as she might have been off strike if they'd taken that by the ball before, but it's a solid strike. Good contact, beats the mid-on, and that's the first boundary of the day. Something to cheer about for Team Bulgaria. Is 26 for 3. Nice shot. I've been, I won't say on holidays, but I've had a little bit of a break from being on site at the moment. Of course, I did Finland, which finished just over a week ago. And I've been helping out here and there when I can, just giving some of our commentators breaks. I've been doing such a great job. In the hot part of the summer at the moment in most places anyway. Change bowler then at the top end. Nojic has done well but has a break. And it's going to be the captain, Slađana Matijević, to bowl. Caused a bit of drama yesterday in the Greek game, which you might remember. Down the leg side first up, misses the mark. Keep an eye on that expected score, 61. It's about 5 and over. I feel like they'd want to set, at least, let's say, maybe 7 and over if you can really cut the wides out. That's quite amazing. Have a look at the bowler here. Gets behind the stumps. I don't know if we'll have time for this. But actually jumped behind the stumps, which you don't often see when you normally follow through in front of the stumps. Big swing and a miss. It's much better from Slađana. Hello to all my friends, by the way, from Bulgaria, and of course all my Serbian friends. I'm sure there's a lot tuning in today. Of course, the last time we'll see these two teams in the series competing for third place. Bulgaria is still hoping to make some history and win their first ever T20IW. Probably the reduction helps them somewhat. When you are the underdog, and we know that they started underdogs here, then any reduction probably puts it a little bit into a toss-up. Short and hit away. That's the comfortable zone for Abadjeva. She'll have to settle for a single. Oh, that could be out. That is out. Yeah, look to me, the bat was in the air and everything else was outside. Yeah, I think it's a good call. Check out this on the replay. Again, it's the length from Matijevic, which draws about a 4. But I actually saw this, that everything was outside. She almost sits down. She is sitting down, and the bat bounces and bounces up. And I see we'll get a bit of a slower look at this one. We'll see if we can get a better look at it. Even that main camera is fine. It will be a good bit of work from Dunja Demic to execute stumping. Yeah, maybe one more look. And you can just actually see when the stumps are hit, the bat has bounced up in the air. We'll try and freeze it at the moment, but have a look. Bounces in, or maybe not in, maybe. But you could see the bat went up at the crucial moment. And it's a very good decision, actually. You have to make a decision like, look, bounces here, probably not in anyway. And then you can see the feet are out. The position she's sitting in is out. Galabova comes in, and yeah, nice to see her confidently hitting the first one away. And in fact, she'll get 4. That's an excellent bit of hitting. 4 carreras. So that's the thing. You don't mind losing wickets. I know it's not pleasant, but if you are able to score, and a bit of an own goal there that time. Herzegovcevic, foot fielding going wrong for her, unfortunately. Just need to get down, try and make a play with the hand. And occasionally the foot fielding can work, but certainly not the way to do it. Oh, wow, got across. I love her follow through here. She ends up kind of backing off again. Maybe we can see that replay from the main camera, but I don't want to know how she ends up kind of moonwalking after she bowls. That she almost turns that into a catch. Look, she backs off, ends up behind the stumps, and almost turns that into a catch. That would have been something I've never seen before. But anyway, end of the 6th over, and we're halfway through this first innings. Bulgaria 33 for 4. You see the maiden in the 4th. That was Nojic. He did such a great job there, but no double figure overs. And remember, we are in the non-power play phase now, so you can have up to 4 outfielders. Simic to continue. Remember, you've got two overs per bowler, except that 2 bowlers can have an extra over because it's a 12-over game. There's 2 extra overs there. So no one's bowled 3 yet. They've kept their options open. Trajkovic bowled 2 overs, none for 13. Nojic, none for 4 off her 2, including a maiden. Simic gets ready to rock. Yeah, Rob saying he had a break yesterday and caused a golden ball. Yeah, I got to admit, I was busy in a bunch of work and I didn't get the golden ball live, but I did watch it back later, and it was a goodie, a real goodie. One of those ones where the game was up for grabs, so to speak. Catch to the outfield, had a play on it. Meta tapped it over the boundary for 6. The game slipped away, slipped through his fingers, so to speak. Got it. Great bowling from Simic. Once again, it's that length which is pitched up. Abadjeva tried to pull, but it wasn't an easy length to pull. Too full to pull, you'd say. And crash. You go the wickets, top of the off stump. Excellent bowling. And Simic likes her work. Majeva was there for a while, was able to contribute 5 to the score, but she's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 33 for 5. And I suppose for Bulgaria, they're feeling pretty sorely the loss of Tanaya Disnaika, who became the first Bulgarian to score a half-century in a T20IW match, followed pretty quickly by Sarandeva, who scored 50 in the same game, but Sarandeva in this one was run out pretty early. Run out after facing only one ball. So she became a bit more of a key for the batting. So it just hasn't happened for Bulgaria. And to be honest, probably in their favour, like I said, that it's a 12-over game. So they should bat the 12, you'd imagine. It's just a matter of how many they can get. Of course, they are kind of half out and half the over. So I guess we'll see. Ilarionova is the new batter. Nice little pat shot away to square leg. That's better. Good use of the hands to field that one. And Ilarionova is off the mark first up. Yeah, just repeating, it's a 12-over match. Hello to Harris Dyke. Good to see you, Harris. How are you? I've never been to Serbia for cricket, and I would love to go and maybe have some sort of a series there at some point. Missing a leg this time. I think we need to get on to the ECN HQ and say, come on, let's get over to Serbia. Even if it means, we have some of the clubs from other countries around, as we've done before in that part of Europe. So I know there's some good things going on. A lot of people putting a lot of effort into cricket at the grassroots level there, including you, Harris. So good to see you in the chat. Bit of outswing there, Masara. It'll swing for a wide. Reasonably disciplined Serbia in this game. Of course, we saw Adrian Dunbar playing in the ECS last week here in Bulgaria. Serbian men's international. And don't forget, we've got more action coming tomorrow with the men starting. Great length. Length is so important here. It's really, even if you hit it, probably not going to be 4. Yeah, unfortunately, the Serbian men's not part of the action this week, though we do have Turkey and Gibraltar touring. And that starts tomorrow. 2 matches a day. Tomorrow, Friday and Saturday before the final on Sunday. And leg side, just losing her line there. Expected score staying in the 50s. Good contact there from Galabova. But Serbia, they defend pretty well. And that's something I noted even and when I saw a lot of these players in the ECSW that was in Croatia last year. I've heard there's some pretty complicated weather as well around Europe today. This ties her up a little bit. That'll be the end of the over. Sarah has a wicket for 13 and her 2 might get a rest after bowling 2 overs. It's 37 for 5 after 7. So yeah, my strategy would simply be I'd bowl 2 overs for each of my 5 bowlers and then kind of decide then overs in 11 and 12 who I think is most likely to earn a third. And I think Nadia Nojic would have to be in there. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. It's been very, very accurate. But there's a few prospects. I mean, all the other bowlers, Nojic has gone at 2 and over. Trajkovic, Simic and Matijevic have gone for basically 6.5 to 7 and over. So they've all been around about the same economy-wise. And of course, in fact, we're going to go back to Nadia now. Up in the air. And, well, Just drops. No looking for a run there. Interesting. They've brought Nadia back to bowl her third over now before they've actually gone to a fifth bowler. So obviously, I mean, Nadia, I was pretty sure I would have given her 3 anyway. But what it is, it's an attacking move. If you can potentially grab a couple of wickets here, then you might even bowl them out early. Amazing as that is to say. That's a solid shot there from Galaba, and that's going to be 4. That's a brilliant hit. Shot of the morning so far. Just picked it up off length. Wasn't a bad ball by any means from Nadia Nojic. And yeah, the fielder creeping in a bit. Perisic out there. Wasn't able to do anything about it. Again, attacking kind of shot. I like what I'm seeing from Galaba, but yeah, Harris saying he's still think this could be a pretty close match, and certainly, especially if you can get it up above that kind of run a ball. But then you have to bowl very, very well, and you have to keep a couple of Serbian bats quiet. Who knows? You get them early, maybe you can force an upset. It's a ball that gets pulled straight. Probably if she got in a slightly better position, she might have been able to pull that to the leg side. Nojic gets away with it. Despite it bowling very, very well, I think she has been a fraction short. I'd love to see her pitching a few more up around the feet of the batter. Just seeing how they handle that. Just loses the line now down the leg side. Obviously, Serbia still have to bowl a fifth bowler. I think we'll see in the next over. That's the kind of length I'm talking about. That's going to be very difficult to deal with. I'm pretty unlucky it doesn't crash into the stumps here. Excellent bowling by Nadia Nojic. He's a talented all-round cricketer. I'm seeing she strikes the ball well. Don't think you can run here. I mean, like to see this whole thing. I haven't signalled a dead ball. Let's have a look. To me, the ball's dead about there. Everyone... Nah, you can't run there. That's got to be a dead ball. No way. Keeper had it, threw it away. And just because that throw gets away, surely they're not allowing that run. They are? And that was a clear error of judgment if that was allowed as a run. I'm a bit speechless about that. I suppose Bulgaria need all the runs they can get. So, let's take us to the end of the over. Yeah, I mean, the ball settled in the keeper's gloves. She'd thrown it to another fielder, not advancing the play. Probably couldn't have got a clearer dead ball. But they did allow it. Suppose it'll teach you to be careful next time. But that's thrown our scorers for a bit of a loop. Anyway, there goes the scorecard. I think it's 44 off 8. It's well bowled. And now Yevgenovic is going to be that fifth bowler that we talked about. Just drifting a little bit outside the off stump this time. Expected score was in the 50s for a while. It's up to 64 now. Still, it's not quite a run of ball pace. Pretty well bowled by Maya. Finds a bit of a gap in the field and they'll only get a single. Which, of course, she's done, having bowled her 3 overs, none for 10, her figures. Oh, it's a good example of a ball that you would have sworn it would have hit the stumps if it hit her legs, but it just climbed over. Something the umpire always has to be thinking about. And that swings away to the leg side. It gets put down. Nikolic, very good ground to get there in the first place. We'll get through for one. So you would expect this, I suppose, fifth bowler maybe to give you a few more freebies. Or bowled. This time, they won't take on the run. Straight to Simic at mid-on. Good over this from Jurjanovic. And it comes to an end. 4 runs off it. And after 9, Bulgaria 48 for 5. So, 3 overs to go. Feels like last over when we see 9 overs down. Okay, captain's back. First one, it looked pretty high to me. I don't know. Well, it's been caught. Did they think it was dropping? Well, now we got screaming. Yeah, it was called, I think. And it almost, I'd love to see this from the main camera. Whether she thought she was out, whether someone was running. We don't have to slow this down. We just need to have a look at it. Let's have a look. High. Does seem like, yeah, it's got to be a no ball. But then let's follow what happens from here. Gets caught. They get through pretty solidly for a single. $50s up for Bulgaria as well. Just dropped away interaction a little bit there. I love this from Harris saying, can we start using the the term almost maiden. AM. Very Nova. Oh, getting a single there, gets on the full. Well, then maybe I should start normalising the term AC, almost century. What's an almost century? Maybe 90? Less? Yeah, I'll say Serbia, they've been pretty consistent with the ball. It's a good example. It was just climbing over and going down the leg side anyway. Now it's time to hit the go button. Still 5 wickets in hand. They've got to be running there. You look at, in fact, should just get one. Maybe just show the main camera here. This is what I was talking about earlier. If you're at the non-strikers end, you're backing up, but then you need to hold your position. See how she runs back here straight away? But, you know, you're in no danger there. What you should do is you look at your partner, and if they run, you run. You can see straight away. I knew there was a run there. Now, again, bat on ball from Ilarionova. These are just little experience things. End of the 10th over. It's 56 for 5 after 10. It's one thing, though, that I think you need match practice to get used to it. Or you can simulate match practice as well, I suppose. But run between the wickets, it is an important part of the game that often gets overlooked in initial development phases. This is a look at the program today. Of course, Serbia taking on Bulgaria here in the bronze final. And later on, that will be a very interesting one. Turkey versus Greece. 2 teams that met in match number 1. And it was a cracking game as well, with Turkey holding on by 2 runs against the Greeks. So that's anybody's game. I'm telling you that right now. Turkey undefeated in the series. A team that never even won before the start of the series. Or bold. Jevgenovic gets in a good zone first up. But now I think with 5 wickets in hand, you're pretty much, if you're trying to maximise your score, you should be running at almost anything. Anything that leaves the pitch, basically, I think you got to run. That one does almost leave the pitch, but straight out of the hand of Jevgenovic. You'll have to bowl that one again. Here and over. We'll pull this one away, but can she'll only get a single. Your boundaries have been hard to come by off the bat. We've had 3 of them. 2 off the bat of Galabova. She has shown some attacking intent while she's been there. Solid strike from Galabova. In fact, that could go. It will go. Well, that's the shot of the day now for me. It's a cracking cover drive. Slavea Galabova. Love this. Solid swing. It really pinged off the mat, that one, didn't it? And Matijevich wasn't able to chase it down. Excellent strike. They're up into the 60s. Next top 70s. And they'd love to somehow maybe get towards the 80 mark. Another good shot from Galabova. And that will be back-to-back boundaries. Excellent strike. She's made such a big difference in this series. Solid hit. Wasn't a bad ball really at all. And she did score 30 in this contest. That was back in match 2. Galabova. Had a lot of luck since then. Since then, she made 1, and she made a duck last night opening the batting in place of Dissanayake, who is out injured. Again, good strike. Gotta run hard here. Probably worth trying for a second. Again, it's one of those things, I think Galabova would have been safe. And they settle for the one. Last ball for Yevgenovic. And then you've got your pick of your bowlers. Well, 3 bowlers really. Trajkovic, Sarasimic and Sladjana Matejevic to bowl the last over. End of the 11th over, Bulgaria. 68 for 5. If they get over 72, then you're talking over a run a ball. But you really do need to make sure that you're not giving too many extras away. Bulgaria gave away 37 runs in extras when these two teams met. That was in only 3/4 of an innings. We gave away 33 to Greece in the 20 overs in match 4. And they gave away 39. So they're going at roughly 2 runs in extras per over. So, that's something obviously that all teams are working on at this level. Make your opposition earn the runs. They do go back to Trajkovic, who opened the bowling. Took none for 13. She switched up to the far end. So, 12th overtime. Last overtime. I didn't get a chance to say it all happens in the 11th in a 12-over game. And here we go. Big swing and a miss first up. Well bowled from Trajkovic. Galabova. If she does hit it to the outfield, I'd like to see her at least trying to take on a 2. I think she looks the most likely to hit a boundary. 4 out of the 5 fours in the innings. And Slavea. Okay, run hard here. We get 1. Again, I'd like to see him at least taking it on. It would have been run out, but she would have got the strike back. These are little strategic things that maybe over time we'll see creeping into the women's game. I'd like to see it. But anyway, Galarian over. I think the thing with her then, she needs to basically run no matter what if she hits it here. Try and get Galabova back on strike. Go, go, go. Oh, frustrating. Sometimes when I watch this, I think, no need to absorb a dot. They've got 5 wickets in hand. And that's the instruction saying, hey, guys, you need to run. Don't just sit there, play it out. And nothing to lose here. It's different batting in the first over than the last over with the kind of runs that you want to take on. Now, they will get the run. And amazing how it forces a fumble. Again, wasn't looking for a second run. Probably strategically, you'd rather have Galabova on strike anyway. But yeah, just these are the things that they're not difficult. It's just things you need to think about. So, for example, trying to look for a second run. The amount of players I see at this level just not watching the ball, not even considering a second run when it might be there. 2 to come then. Again, got to run 2 to the outfield this time, no matter what. Let's see what happens. I'll have to run there. But I like what I'm seeing from Ilarianova at the other end, backing up, looking to get those extra few yards. Legally, of course. Missing leg, but good length from Trajkovic. Last ball coming up. At the moment, it's a run and ball chase required for Serbia to take bronze. Can Galabova add to the score? Hit well. Again, got to take on the 2 here. Let's see if they go for it. They will try. and they will get there. So Galabova with a very important 25 not out, and she will end with 4 boundaries to her name. And Bulgaria are going to finish on 73 for 5 off their 12 overs. And I love the spirit that this series has been played in. I know we've had a few flashpoints, haven't we, at times? But well, Bulgaria, they've set some runs. It's up in the 70s. Look for a while. It might be something in the 50s, but I think that Galabova innings, that's the reason, that you take on those runs when you're up the order as well, because you've got other batters that can have a good time. I think Galabova did there in that partnership. They came together at 33 for 5, and they were able to put on 40 runs. And so that's the reason that it's slightly more than run a ball required for Team Serbia. Let's go back and have a look. And it was kind of run out central early. We saw here batters maybe just not paying complete attention. The hesitation caused that run out of the player that scored 50 yesterday, Sarandova, run out for a golden one off one. And it was only going to get worse, actually, as Shodrova was run out as well. Check it out here on the replay. It was a very good piece of work. Nojic basically taking a good position behind the stumps and hitting them. And they say things come in threes. Well, it kind of would come in threes, because it would be a bullet of an underarm from Tamara Trajkovic that would run out the Bulgarian skipper, Detlina Runikova. Just couldn't believe it. And it was a while before we saw a boundary, but that was Nikolova that was able to flat bat that one down. And yeah, when it rains, it pours, as they say in the classics. And Galabova, she was able to make a bit of a difference. We saw Abadjeva was there for a while, 5 off 10. She ended up swinging around one from Sara Simic. But I liked the attacking intent that Galabova had pretty much from the first moment she was there. She struck 4 boundaries on the way to her 25 not out. Was the top scorer in the inning. In fact, the only Bulgarian to reach double figures. Larionova, towards the end, was a bit of an ally. I do think, just looking at that last over, they could have pinched another couple of runs here and there. But in the end, Bulgaria, respectable 73 for 5 off the 12 overs. Probably does help them that it is a reduced game, given that they lost those early wickets, and you would have questioned their ability to bat out the 20 had it been a 20-over game. 25 to Galabova. Follows up from her good form against Serbia earlier in the series when she scored 30. No other Bulgarian able to reach double figures. 18 runs in extras, about 1.5 and over. Not too bad from the Serbians at this level. Wickets for Sara Simic and Sladjana Matijevic. But for me, Nani Nojic was the best of the bowlers. Very miserly 3 overs maiden in there as well, none for 10. And let's not forget the 3 run out. That certainly put Bulgaria on the back foot early. We'll take a break then, back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if Serbia can clinch the bronze in this reduced match with 74 required off 12 overs for them. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company on ECN. Belgium happening at the same time as well. If you want to flick over, but then of course you can come back and join us for the second half of this bronze final here in this Bulgaria T20IW. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of this bronze final between Serbia and Bulgaria. Bulgaria without a win in the series. They're hoping to do something about that as we get ready for the run chase and what is a reduced game, 12 overs per side. Yeah, 4 over power play, and 2 bowlers are able to bowl 3 overs. The other 2 are restricted to, the other 3, I should say, are restricted to 2 overs max. Great to have your company. We're almost ready to get underway, and looks like it'll be Larionova who is going to get us going. And Bulgaria, I mean, one thing they do really need to work on here is just making sure they don't give away too many runs for free to have any kind of hope in this contest. Tomo Trajkovic is out there, almost ready for action. Match reduced due to a wet outfield, due to a sprinkler situation overnight. Here we go, 74 to win. It's not the greatest start. The opening batter is Milinka Perisic for Serbia. Any sound here, Mr. Maximo, with you? Hopefully you're enjoying everything as much as we are. Double screening today, potentially. Beautifully bowled this time. Good comeback. Down the leg side. He will hustle through for a single. Yeah, so I think the key here is just trying to keep that runs required above the balls remaining for as long as you can. And played. The other thing with Serbia, I mean, they don't want to get too defensive either. Perisic is happy to dead bat this, but I think you still need to try and be looking to score. I mean, you're unlikely to get bowled out in the 12. And that's the open question is, will you be able to keep the extras down to make Serbia earn these runs? Quick look there. It's beautiful to the mountain back view, backdrop to this ground. Perisic this time, again, needs to run. Even though it went straight to the field, it should be run out. It won't be. That's exactly why you take on the run. I think Dragovic had about enough of the other end. But you need to be taking those kind of risks. Down the leg side, so it's going to be another one to the total. Actually gets through the keeper as well. Kind of runs down the hill, takes some stopping, and it won't be stopped. It'll be 4 byes. Again, it's good effort down there. You can't really criticize the effort. Now it will be 4. Serbia finding it tough going. for some of that first innings, but a little bit easier here in the second. So 9 without loss after the first over. But yeah, they're the kind of little moments that I think you have to try and avoid if at all possible. Shodrova will get the next one. First one is called a wide. It's kind of borderline. Much better ball that time. Yeah, it's kind of a numbers game. How many can you bowl in that kind of an area? That's good again. 64 off 64. It's a race between the runs and the balls. Race to zero, basically. You look at that equation on the bottom of your screen. Up in the air and dropped. Has been a constant issue. As far as catches go, even at this level, that's one you should be taking more often than you're dropping. Shodrova probably deserved that wicket. Hustling through for one. Good commitment in the field there from Bulgaria. Let's be honest, all of these players have had a long couple of days. It's the one that gets away, doesn't it? And now they're actually going to take a run. That's good heads-up play. Maybe something we didn't see a lot from the Bulgarians in the first innings. So, welcome back to everybody, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's been a magnificent 3 days of cricket. We had some real cliffhangers. Will this be another one? Shodrova just needs to get out of the over now. See, the runs is now dipped below the balls that are left. So that will take us to the end of the second over. Good finish from Shodrova. And the score is 16 without loss after 2. So remember the restrictions as well, with 2 bowlers able to bowl 3 everyone else restricted to 2. That's how the table looked, and Bulgaria didn't win any of their matches so far. They'd love to just burgle a win here and grab 3rd place, but they're a long way behind in the game. Larinova is going to continue. Starts with a wide. The instructions being yelled as well. This will be hit through the field, and they'll get back for 2. Solid strike this time. Oh, good pick up and throw, but again, shows you what happens when you run straight away. And in fact, it creates another one. So that's excellent hustle. Like I said, the key difference, I think, between the 2 teams so far. Might as well take a few calculated risks with the running. But also, I think you can see there's a bit of a difference in the control exhibited by the Bulgarian bowlers. It's not quite where Serbia was in the first bit of this game. We said that. That's a bit short and pulled away nicely. Fielder's out there, though. See, 6 gap now between runs required and balls remaining. It's a good ball, though. You see, you get in the right spot, you get good results. That's the thing. Actually, look at these 2 batters. They're 9 off 16, but the run rate is about 9 and over. That's just because of the extras that have crept in. And 14 runs already in extras. One is going to be worked around the corner. It's partially stopped, but they will get through for a run again. That's the kind of run Bulgaria weren't really taking in the first innings. I think that's okay, you know. It bounces the second time, but I think it bounces after the crease. So that'll be the end of the over, and it's 24 without loss. And you see 8 and over despite the batters are going at 10 off 18. So the batters are basically going at 3.33 and over, but the actual run rate is 8 and over. It's a huge difference. But again, it's great just that we're seeing more and more nations getting involved in international cricket, and in particular, international women's cricket. Get going again, and Shadorova gets the second over. Remember, 2 of the bowlers potentially can bowl the third over. We'll see if the game goes that long. Driven away over the offside this time. Just take the one. They're happy with that at the moment. Good length, that one. In fact, almost creates a run out. Feels creeping in. This one is hit pretty well. And they'll come back for two. Throw comes in, but not in time. Not quite in time. This is hit pretty well. And will get back for another two. So that run's flowing reasonably well at the moment. It'll take us to the end of the over. It's 31 without loss after 4. And both these two with the identical 8 off 12. Hello to Dave B. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Ken as well. Good to see you. Hello to Sam Downs. I suppose this is the thing as well. When we talk about standard around different places, is, quite often people say, there's a huge immigrant influence in the European cricket player population, but I think in the women's you do see, and these two teams are a good example, of a lot of homegrown players that have played all their cricket there, and you can't necessarily expect them, if they picked up the game later, to have the same kind of level as someone of a similar age that has played since they were very young. It's just something that's supposed to be conscious of. Of course, these are the upcoming events. We're here in Bulgaria, with the men starting tomorrow, Bulgaria as well as Turkey and Gibraltar to do battle in the Tri-Series. And, of course, Belgium continues through to Sunday. And Tina and Rico will take you through Krefeld. Rico, he's doing pretty well. And that's considering it. His voice pretty much is gone, especially after that golden ball last night. That was something quite special. Sarandeva to get a bowl here over number 5. Down leg side will get called. So again, you see that gap is open up to -6. And a swing and a miss, or leave and a miss, whatever you want to call it. Good ball from Srandova. That's much better. Pitched up in thick inside edge. Again, look for two. They'll get there. Good running. Perisic gets through for a couple. Just ticking along at the moment. Oh, and again, missing that leg side. That's what's kind of hurt them so far. Lift it up in the air. Just with Bulgaria, I mean, they created that chance. They weren't able to hold on to it. Good strike from Trajkovic, but finds the fielder. Again, a confident run. They both run straight away. They both get there. Down leg side once again. So his extras are biting at the moment. Like I said, I don't want to harp on it, but you look at the batter's strike rates, they're not anywhere near run a ball, but the extras have put Serbia over the top. Now the overcorrection. Bit of an appeal, but not considered too seriously. Another one that sails down. So just frustrating all the time at the moment, isn't it? Well, this one does get through the fielder eventually. But they're kind of looking a little bit battle weary at the moment, aren't they, Bulgaria? They ended up basically with 9 fit players last night. And good observation as well. We haven't seen a 4 in the inning so far. And often you'd win a T20I with no boundaries, but let's see. This one is hit and it's going to go. It's going to get caught. Well, finally something goes right for Bulgaria. It was in the air. It held up, and it's well taken. Again, it's a good length up in the air, and that's what you like to see. You know, fielder gets to the drop zone, and it'll be the end of Perisic, who wasn't able to strike a boundary while she was there. It was pretty busy, though. And it was Biljana Shodrova that takes a good catch. Srandova with the wicket. And the first one falls 43 for 1. Nikolic will be the new batter, very experienced campaigner. Quick look at what's happening today. And looks like just about ready to get underway with the Stallions versus Wolves match 12 over there in Belgium. And one thing about Belgium Day, it's so long, there's actually 2 different streams after match 14, we'll switch to another stream just because of the length of the day over there. Phil and Rico do a magnificent job. I know that the Wolves won the toss and acted to bat there in match number 2 of the day, match 12. And remember, just today and tomorrow before they have to make the cut, 3 teams will miss out and just 4 teams go to finals day on Friday. Of course, our first ever ECSW in Belgium this weekend as well, which will be really exciting. The thing also is that we've got teams from France and Luxembourg joining as well. Ronikova comes out or gets a chance to bowl here in the 6th over. Frankovic happy to play it out. I suppose the thing is they know they've had all these free runs, haven't they? So they don't feel a lot of pressure to score. Well, there you go. Needed something to happen, and they have. And Trajkovic is the next to fall. Is there some late drama here in Bulgaria? Well, I don't think they can believe it. Let's watch it on the replay. And it was hit. She was pretty short there. She lurks around and holds onto it. So you got to say it's very clever positioning for the little pop-up. It was more a leading edge rather than anything. And that's the end of Tamara Trajkovic. She's out for 10. So, yeah, I suppose we saw a catch go down in that position earlier. I like the fact that they're squeezing a little bit, trying to create a chance. Obviously, even if it's on the ground, it's almost impossible to stop a run there. But good anticipation. And Bulgaria, they've got something to celebrate. You love to see it. It's 43 for 2. New batter comes out to the captain, Sladjana Matijevic. You can see that very short mid-off. Sarandova takes the catch. So she's come up with a wicket. As Ronikova, it's Stanislava Sarandova that takes the catch, as opposed to Katrin Sarandova that took the wicket in the last over. Up in the air, and it doesn't quite carry. Is there some late drama? Into the 6th over. Halfway through, Serbia 44 for 2. Certainly not a foregone conclusion by any means, but they're going to have to really play out of their skin from here. Look at the Manhattans as we get ready for the 7th over. So it's all about trying to reduce that gap again. Try and reduce that gap between runs required and balls remaining, which won't be easy. It's still, well, it's been at 5 or 6 for a while. Take a bit of the pad. No, apparently not. Stanislava Sarandova, after taking that catch, grabs the ball, grabs this over. Takes this on, goes aerial up in the air. That's going to fly away for 4. Matijevic, a very solid strike. And there is the first boundary off the mat for the innings. That's been the issue, though. If you take out these wides, it's certainly a different ball game. '50s up. That's a dot ball. That'll bring it back a little bit. It's just hard to see them falling over here. Bulgaria probably need to create a few more wickets and just straighten up, basically. I think the straightening up's even more important than the taking wickets, if I'm completely honest. A bowled. Nikolic wants to take on the run, and it's good, gets a good jump on that. And she's not the fastest between wickets, but she's experienced, and she knew now if she backs up and takes off straight away, there's a run there. It's a funny one. It's going to get called a wide. It's supposed to have been pretty consistent. Anything down the leg side's been called a wide. But I mean, if you actually look at this, probably would have hit her in original stance. So technically probably isn't a wide in T20, but I've got to be honest, I prefer the consistency. Pulled away and excellent hands. But again, they get through for an easy run. End of the over. 53 for 2 off 7. So 5 overs to go. 21 required. Can someone come up with an over to get them back in it? Ronikova, probably not a bad prospect. The captain, bowling the 8th. There's a dot. I mean, she only conceded 1 of her first over. I'd love to do something again, and then we could be talking game on. But they gotta sort out these extras. We had 25 of them in just 7 overs. It's 3.5 extras an over. And conversely, Serbia were going at about 1.5 extras given away for over. And this is a thing. If you bowl good balls, they're going to find it hard to score. There's a couple in a row. Can she keep it up here? Ronikova. It wasn't a good ball, and Nikolic smashes it away. Unfortunately for Bulgaria, finds the fielder. Matijevic ready to hit a boundary. Again, pressure off. That one's hit leg side straight to the fielder. Again, taking on the run. They get there. Good location from Ranakova. The two experienced players going head to head here. Well bowled. Well bowled. So it was a very good over, all things considered. We had 2 singles and a wide off it, so it keeps them in the hunt. 18 required, 4 overs to go. It's 56 for 2 after 8. Reminder that the second game of the day will get underway in about an hour and 20 minutes, so we've got a little bit of a break coming up. Of course, that will be the championship match, the final between Turkey and Greece, the 2 teams that only were separated by the 2 runs the other day. And Tivic has to swallow a dot ball first up. Shadorova getting another over. They have used 5 bowlers. Another wide. That's going to hurt as well. A couple of runs for free coming up. Called a wide. Oh, gets caught up in that one. Probably would have been a wide down the leg side. Appeal umpire doesn't consider it too seriously. He was heading a long way down the leg side. Gets balls wide there. 15 off 21. Bulgarians need to make the Serbians work for it here. Nice looking shot this time, and that'll beat the fielder. In fact, that could go all the way. Just pulling up. It's kind of up the hill a little bit at that end of the ground. They will get back for 2. Relieves the pressure somewhat. Can just be a different game, wouldn't it? They've given 11 more runs in extras already of Bulgaria. And imagine if you could put those 11 back on the score. 24 off 20 is a very different game. Chips this one back past the bowler, but again, as they're off straight away, and we'll get through for a pretty easy single. And well bowled. Good way to finish the over. So Shadrova will finish with none for 20 off her 3, but she won't be able to bowl again. It's the end of 9 at 62 for 2. So 3 overs for Serbia to get these 12 runs required. See those 29 extras easily the top scorer. Perisic, the top scorer off the bat with 11. Reminder that although this game is almost over, you can head over to Belgium where match 2 is up and running. Belgium ball, get your fix. Phil G and Rico over there. That'll be a no ball. Bounces off the pitch, so Nikolic will get the freebie. Yeah. They're ready for action. Of course, huge final coming up. Nice to stay in the shade as well. Free hit. Steps across and goes leg side, but doesn't really connect. To settle for the 1. Slight fumble almost lures him into a second, but not required. And Dave said that we passed 462K, so 462,000 subscribers after 5 days. Thanks for being on K-Watch, Dave. Thanks to all the K-Watchers out there. Get it down to single digits required now, 9 required. Good strike from Matijevic. Better fielding, actually, to take that cleanly. I'll get through for 1. Just picking them off little by little, aren't they, Serbia? Goes after something she definitely could have left alone, does Nikolic. Actually, rather the run off the bat, she moves to 7. Yeah, in a case of what might have been for Bulgaria, but I suppose it's a lesson in their development. They'll know, they're not far away if they can just bowl a bit straighter. Obviously, just Anayaka in the lineup, that hurt them a bit as well in this bronze final. Another one passes down the leg side. I'd love to bring it up with a Maximo. Matijevic doesn't think that's the one to go after. So no ball means it'll be a free hit coming up. That one's hit very well, and it'll tie the scores. Beautiful shot from Sladjana Matijevic. Stepped into that, put all the weight into it. That's not really a bad ball. It's just a very good shot. A bit of width. But beautiful way to tie the scores. In fact, that would have been a nice one to bring up the win, but just 1 run required. See if Matijevic can do it off the bat here. That will do it. It's not probably the way you want to bring up the win, but it will be the win. And they'll do it with 13 balls to spare. Serbia a win on a wide. But I mean, the shot before, I think that was the winning shot for me. So congratulations to Serbia, their 2nd win of the series. Maybe a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to sneak another win and find a way into the final. But they do earn 3rd place. And for Bulgaria, again, another step in their development as they still chase that elusive first win in a T20IW, but they certainly had their moments to enjoy in the series as well. We saw half centuries to Tanaya Disnaika and also to Stanislava Sarandeva along the way. But it was always going to be a tough effort. I suppose the fact that it went to a 12-over game gave them a little bit more of a hope, I suppose, but they will have to settle for fourth place. Serbia grabbed the bronze, and that means we can focus their attention on the final, which is coming up in an hour and 10 minutes. That means that the toss is about 40 minutes away. Keep an eye on your screen, and you'll find out what's happening there. Don't forget, Turkey versus Greece. It's a rematch of the opener of the week, where Turkey held on for an upset win by 2 runs. Will we have another thriller to close out this T20IW? Well, let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And look, they were their own worst enemy in a way, weren't they, Bulgaria? There's the 4 byes. Again, maybe it was stoppable, maybe it wasn't. But the 34 runs in extras, just making it real tough. Now, they did hold on to a couple of chances after they let a couple slip through their fingers. We saw a good catch there by Shadorova. And also this one that was taken by Kalabova there, in fact, of Detlina Ronakova. But ultimately, it was going to be the Serbian middle order that would get it done. Despite losing their openers, Nikolic came out. She was very experienced. Matijevic with a very nice cover drive to tie the scores. Then a wide, perhaps fittingly, breaking the tie. It was a funny old game, wasn't it? I mean, Serbia, in the end, they score 40 off the bat, and you compare that to kind of 55 off the bat that Bulgaria were able to score. But that's what happens if you can't get the ball straight. It's a brutal test, I suppose. But Serbia, they benefit and they grab the win with 13 balls to spare. Sarandova with 1 for 11 in there. Ronakova with 1 for 16. But a couple of good catches in there, as I mentioned. It was Kalabova with a good catch there to get Trajkovic earlier. It was Shadorova that was able to grab a nice one as well. So some positives in there, but it was a bit of a learning curve for Bulgaria. Serbia, wishing them the best for the rest of their season. Bulgaria, I know that every time we see them on the network, they will be making great strides in their development as a T20IW nation. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about an hour and 5 minutes with the final, Turkey and Greece. Well, it will be a thriller, I'm sure. I don't even know what the supercomputer might be thinking, but it's pretty close to a 50-50. Maybe Turkey on current form, slight favourites. But we will take a break. We'll be back in around an hour's time. In the meantime, feel free to jump over to Belgium, where match 2 is in full swing. But until then, it's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu for ECN. I'll be back with you for the final when we return to Bulgaria for more T20IW.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summer just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back to Bulgaria. Blue skies and sunshine. We're ready for the final of this quadrangular T20IW event. Capital of Sofia is the host of this week's T20IW action, of course, following on from the European Cricket Series T10 last week. Conditions pretty nice, actually, 28 degrees, not quite as hot as yesterday, almost at the expected maximum of 29, but it will be excitement to the maximum as Turkey will take on Greece in the final of this series. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago, of course, for the big game.
Greece to call.
Head.
It is heads. Turkey has won the toss and has decided to bat first.
You can hear the screams that accompany the coin toss as well. And Göksu Ayhan of Turkey has elected to have a bat. That's an aerial view of this Vasilevsky National Sports Academy in Bulgaria, multi-sport facility. And it's been great to see the Bulgarian national team making great strides in recent times, just still chasing that first ever T20IW win. They went down to Serbia in the bronze final, which was completed around about an hour ago. But now looking to this final, and these two met in a thrilling opening encounter. There were only 2 runs between them in match 1. It was Turkey that defended 118 successfully, holding on by 2 runs. Greece were restricted to 116 for 9. As we have a look at some of the players to watch, and I got to say, I was really, really impressed with Eski Nurkilic for Turkey. She's been a real difference maker, but they had a lot of contributors, haven't they? You look at the points there for Turan, you look at Göksu Ayhan, Hasan Çelik as well. For Greece, I think a lot of pressure on their top order, their top 4 or 5. Ioana Ajiropoulou is a very good player. She'll do the keeping. Makri, of course, we saw that she's been making big runs. Sirioti with a 5-wicket haul, the captain yesterday as well. Not something you see too often. So Turkey go in as slight favourites, but I mentioned that for me, this game was a bit of a toss-up. At the start of the week, Greece would have been favourites for sure, but I think Turkey, they not only won their first ever T20IW, they've kind of followed up with 2 other solid wins, but I kind of thought on Monday morning that it's pretty likely that these 2 would meet in the final, and that's exactly how it's panned out. But I mean, if you go back to, it's not even that long ago, is it, that we had match number 1, and it really wasn't too much between the teams. Good reception for both the teams coming onto the field, but really, may the best team win. Yeah, just looking at the other day when these 2 teams met, Greece on Monday morning were 77% favourites heading into the game, and I would have thought that was about right, but it shows you what a difference a couple of days can make. Now Turkey with a slight favouritism. We do go back to 20 overs aside, and we had a delayed start to the day due to some unexpected puddles in the outfield, thanks to there's a bit of a sprinkler issue overnight. That's been sorted out. And Greece, well, they'll know exactly what they'll have to do. They've had some nail-biting chases in this series. Bayram and Turan out there for Turkey. So settle in wherever you're watching from around the world. Here we go with the final. It's a good start from Adamantia Makri as well. Isn't she a good player? I mean, I suppose these 2 teams make the final in no small part because of the number of contributors they've had along the way. Haven't just relied on 1 or 2 players. And I see the kind of floating slip in there, ready for a little edge. Early wickets are key, though. Chases this, but it will be called wide. Good movement there from Makri. That's a good ball. Bit of a loose shot there from Bayram. Yeah, seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Monday morning. Bayram went for 4 on that occasion. Turan batted number 5, but top score was actually Raveda Cenik, the keeper for Turkey, who scored 29. On the basis of that 118 they scored and would ultimately defend. Just missing, I think, but pretty well bowled. Of course, Turkey had no surprises. They bat first. They put on a huge score last night, 221. Although I think they'll get a bit more of a sterner test from the Greek bowling here. Turkey undefeated in the series. You look at their average is 173 now per 20 overs. They've scored 118, 180, and 221. Uncontrolled shot from Bayram, and she's gone. Well, that's the pressure that Makri's bringing to the table. It was a testing delivery, and I suppose Turkey out finding out the hard way. Can't really bully the bowling you might have last night. You could see uncontrolled hand came off the bat, and a pretty simple catch. So it's going to be a duck to start the final. The pressure building on Bayram. She's not able to score. Maria Siriotti with a catch, and Turkey lose an early wicket, 1 for 1. Just a good length. I talk about it a lot at this level of the game. Drawing the batter forward into a shot, but not so full that it's a full toss. It'll force an uncontrolled drive, and that's exactly how it worked out. Eski Nurkilic is the new batter. Glanced away, but somehow kept in the infield. Samani doing the fielding. Greece, they're out for revenge here, no doubt. Saw them in a interesting contest yesterday. Goes straight over the line. Umpire likes it. He says that's fine. So brilliant first over from Adamantia Makri. And it's 1 for 1 after 1. Yeah, Greece won both their games yesterday after they just played the one game on day one. That was after, of course, their tight loss to Turkey. So yeah, Greece down by 2 runs in game 1. Then we saw them take on Bulgaria, and they beat them fairly comprehensively, 176 to 132. But then had that real thriller against Serbia. They basically decided who was in this final. With 9 wickets down, there was a man-cat in the last over. Drama. Georgiota will get us going. Over number 2. It's lost down the leg side. Action short. Are unhappy to keep it out. Not too much of these two height wires, but we've seen Turkey. They've had an attacking endeavour throughout this tournament. Pretty good bowling so far from Greece, and already you see the difference in control compared to maybe some of the bowling we saw in the bronze final. Yeah, 2 runs, scored 11 in the first game. Scored 18 in the second game, and then of course we saw a big score put on last night. She made 26 not out in that 221. It's been consistent work, so interesting that they like her opening the batting here. They had other options they could have gone for. Interesting that Yildirim, who scored 59 last night before getting retired out, she hasn't made the 11, so I just assume that might be a fatigue issue, a slight injury issue there. Fraction short, Turin gets a swing on it. And we'll get through for 1, but runs have been hard to come by so far, and you can already see Greece have snatched the lead. Yeah, very much in the Goldilocks zone. Wow, it's gone. Oh, might have even gone through the legs or around the legs. We'll have to check it out in the replay, but that's a big, big wicket. Georgiotta coming to the party, and Turkey have lost 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. It's 3 for 2. Now, how does this sneak through? I thought it was a big LBW shout incoming. It's very hard to tell. We don't have the exact angle. Maybe we can see it side on, but it's another dart. Nurkic is a pretty big scalp as well. Just like that, 3 for 2. Accurate bowling paying off for Greece early in this final. Greece, I think they were stung by that loss on Monday morning. I had them as pretty healthy favourites. Göksu Ayhan, the captain, comes out, standing right in front of the stumps. A lot of the Turkish batters have done this, but it does mean they're susceptible to a straight one. See if Georgiotta can get it right. Fraction short, and Ayhan hits it well. Well, turn for 2 and get it pretty easily. Georgiotta will be disappointed to drop that one short, because otherwise I think she had a good chance of going back to back. That'll be the end of the over. So it's 5 for 2 after 2 overs. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Dave B. Hello to Paul Horn saying this is a great start for Greece. Yeah, certainly is. I want to say hello, Kalamata, to all of my Greek friends, of course. And also, I know we've had a lot of Turkish viewers in the chat. That first one gets away. Called a wide. Plus they'll get through for another one. See this one the replay, actually. Nakri, no surprises, gets the second over. Remember, we're back to a 20-over game, so maximum 4 overs per bowler. Yeah, so very big. Yes, it's called a no ball. I thought it was. I think it was too high. A no ball overrides the wide call. So big yasu to all our Greek fans, and also selam or merhaba to all of our Turkish viewers. Welcome. Now can really go after the free hit. Ayhan's got a good eye. Excellent fielding, though. I like the way she jumps on that one. Kapsa Kavadi. Really committed, I think. And that's what we're going to see from these 2 teams. It's anyone's guess who's going to take home the trophy at this stage. Oh, pretty close. That could be out. Oh, umpire says no now. Almost have a run out. They go to the wrong end. I'd love to see this LBW because I had this stone cold. How is this missing the stumps? Let's have a look at it. Oh, is it missing? I mean, you can't see 2 stumps, so we'll say that. Maybe the benefit of the doubt. I had it hitting summer leg stump, but I can understand what the umpire is thinking. Run out, I don't think it was particularly clean. On second view, it's probably a fair decision. Oh no, we got 2 at one end situation. Wrong end again. But this will be gone. They get it anyway. If she has the ball, we'll have to have a look at this from side on as well. But this is chaos early on. Turkey, a 1 ran, 1 didn't. I think it's 2 run that pays the price. You see runs and non-striker, no response. I'd love to see just if she breaks the stumps cleanly. Oh, I can't really see from that angle, but then lets go of the ball. No doubt that she was short of her ground. Check it out here, but have a look at number 9, 2 run ball watching, turning her back, and then does a full 360. Throw came to the wrong end for the second time. Again, we'll check it here. But it seems the ball's in the hands there. Yeah, so ball still seems in, doesn't it? Seems that way. Umpire had a good look at it. He was satisfied. Probably had the best look out of anyone. So Turan is the next to go. It's just an awareness thing. Turkiado got some good raw skills, but just the basics here. Fails to look at her partner and is very surprised. She would have made it otherwise with the throw coming to the bowler's end first. 9 for 3. Might have hit that, you know. I think got a bit of bat on it down the leg side. New batter, Riveta Chenik, the keeper. So, touch of drama. That's why it wasn't a wide, it was hit. Gets a bit of bat on this, but again, they'll only get a single. So 3 early wickets now. And the last one you could definitely say was self-inflicted. Right over from Macri. And really, Turkey in all sorts early. 10 for 3. Hello to Oktay Golami, probably watching from up in Sweden. Hello to you. Hello to everybody that's saying hello. A special hello in Greek and in Turkish as well. I know, obviously, sometimes the fact that I broadcast in English, I know it is kind of a unifying language across Europe, but yeah, we're really proud of the diversity and the fact that we've got viewers from all around the continent. Here's George Otter. All right, up in the air. Bowler goes herself and gone. Caught and bowled. It's 4 out. And we're only 19 balls into the contest. George Otter looked around, saw nobody was going near it, and the Greeks, they are on. They are absolutely on. And if they had plates at the moment, they'd be breaking them because it's a party, isn't it? And the Turkish batting is centre of a Greek tragedy right now. Janik the next to go. She's out for just 1 and it's 10 for 4. Good identifying of the situation, identification of the situation from the bowler. And so Kellis will be the new batter. George Otter with 2 wickets for just 4 runs. Octa asking, do I speak Greek? Well, I don't speak Greek, but I have been there a couple of times. I'm okay reading it. Not great. Oh, excellent bowling. And also, Archeropoulos' keeping's improved a lot. I've loved to work up to the stumps in the series, applying pressure. Now, I've enjoyed my time in Greece. I've been to Athens. I've been to a few little villages there as well. I spent Greek Easter there once, which was quite amazing. I've been to Corfu for the European Cricket Series, of course, back in 2021 when we had one there. Been to Mykonos, even. Survived to tell the tale. Kellis. Oh, now we got another issue. Bowler's ends on. Just get home. Kellis off the mark. But the pressure from Greece has been very much on. Let's see that again. Have you got that replay? How early does she leave there in the first place? No, we had the issue last night, didn't we? Where we saw a Greek batter run out, backing up. It's good to see backing up. You just got to make sure the ball's been released. This next one's not going too far at all. Yeah, a lot of plaudits for George Otter with that caught and bowled. Creating and taking chances, that's what it all comes down to. Rare wide. They've been good so far of Greece. Ayan and Kalish looking to pick up the pieces here. A bit short, Iron. Gives it both barrels, hits it well. That should get all the way. It does, despite a very good effort down there from Maria Siriotti. And the result's 4 runs. That's one thing about Turkey. They're going to keep attacking, and that is the strategy. They've already shown they've got depth. It was a fighting innings, if you remember, in the first innings of the series. It didn't go to plan. They found themselves with a few early wickets. They lost 4 wickets in the power play. At one stage, they were 62 for 6 and 77 for 7. Fought their way to 118. Yeah, that 110 to 120 is probably about par in this final. Again, short. And this one's going to tortuga around the fielder. Again, that'll run away. And it will get there. So, fielder getting bamboozled a little bit. Iron with back-to-back boundaries. The captain stepping up for Team Turkey. Just an awkward little period for Turkey to navigate here. But good counter-attack coming. Counter-punches from the Turks. And it's 20 for 4 after 4. A bit of a look. I know there is the chance of a storm a little bit later on. It's not expected to come in just yet. Kalish. Throws the hands at this and finds the gap in the field. That'll be 3 boundaries on the spin. So Turkey they aren't going to go quietly. And this has all the markings of a classic final early on. Brilliant the way that they've shown a propensity to fight back in the series. Oh, is there a little edge there? Umpire says yes. It's an excellent piece of bowling from Siriotti, and she doesn't take too long to strike. The first one was hammered to the boundary through point, but Kalish is going to have to go the very next ball. Just sensed a little bit of a deflection here. Testing delivery. Ajrapoğlu standing back, reacts and takes the catch. And, well, it's the counterpunch to the counterpunch, isn't it? And so, for Gulhatun Kalish, she'll be disappointed. But it was a good ball that gets her. You can see the feet not really moving. Ajrapoğlu was sure there was an edge. And the bowler's umpire agreed. More drama. So 3 boundaries followed by a wicket. Turkey 24 for 5. And Gulcat Cengiz comes to the crease. Lefty. Lets that one go past. What we called a wide, just misses. That's Siriotti. I mean, wasn't she great? And she took that 5-wicket haul against Serbia. Could argue that she's the reason that they were able to restrict Serbia to 122. And if they hadn't won that game, Greece, they're not in the final. Tries round the wicket, little pop-up here. Jenkins, oh, once again, we've got big issues with the running. Oh, it's been a mess so far. They will get through for 1 in the end. Just have a look at this. Maybe from the main camera, you can see classic 1 runs, 1 doesn't. And really, I was lucky to survive that. And just some real key basics you can do with running between the wickets, even if you're inexperienced. Just watch your partner. Keep your eyes on your partner. Ayan only knows one way, and she's going to hit this to square leg for another 4. Taking on the game is Yoksu Ayan. And yeah, good to see the Turkish men's team. They've arrived. Of course, they're part of the men's tri series that starts tomorrow, featuring the hosts Bulgaria as well as Turkey and Gibraltar as the third side. 30 for 5. You've got to say, I'm quite interested in languages. So yeah, the Greek and the Turkish languages, both quite fascinating to me. Well, that was a risky one from Ayan, but once again makes good contact. She backs her eye. Hustle through for a single. Yeah, the Turkish language is agglutinative, which means they like to add suffixes onto words to turn them into longer words or phrases or even sentences. Well bowled. Well bowled by Siriotti. Has a bit of everything in her first over. Takes 1 for 11, but yeah, wickets, if they can take wickets at good intervals. There's every chance that Greece can turn this into something more and try and skittle the Turks. Let's have a look at this tour of Bulgaria. You can see this is the final match of the second phase of the tour. Final of the quadrangular women's series. Then the tri-series starts tomorrow, featuring Bulgaria, Turkey and Gibraltar. And that's a pretty simple format with 2 games a day, tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. And then on Sunday, just the top 2 teams will get to take part in the final. See the wind here's picked up. Hope that storm isn't closer than we think. Here's Rivitsiotti. It's a good young bowler. I remember seeing her for the first time, I think in Prague, when Greeks were touring Czechia. There's the cloud that's causing a few concerns around the ground right now. It's going to be good. Thing is, Ayan, she really commits to this strategy of getting across her stumps and trying to increase the amount of balls that she might be able to hit to the leg side, but her heels are pretty much on off stump. Maybe middle now, you can see that. But I'd be maybe targeting that leg stump if you could go full, bowl around her legs. A bit like that, but she's just so good at getting bat on ball. Once again, solid contact, but she'll have to settle for 1. How long can Ayan keep this kind of rate up? Is it a cameo or is it something a bit more? Is it a game-changing innings? Well hit by Cengiz. Almost creates another run out. So if Greece had fielded some of these cleanly, I think they could have had another couple of wickets by run out. Wasn't to be. Not so far anyway. Good bit of bowling there from Rivitsiotti. I think my game plan would be simple if I'm Greece here, is I'm just bowling as many balls on the stumps as I can and waiting for a miss. I would love to see Maria going over the wicket, especially to Ayan, who's a real OEW candidate. Well, that one's pretty high, you know. It might be a no ball. Wait for the call from the umpire, but it will get hit for 4. Cengiz. A nice shot. I mean, I'd love to see this one from side on, or maybe even just a bit slower, because I think that was high for me. Just where she hit it behind square. And even from the main camera, I might have been able to see that, but yeah, just 4 runs given. Bale blew off. And Ioana saying, well, I've got the gloves on, so I'm not going to be the one to put them back. But I'll hand you the bail. Can this be the turning partnership for Turkey? We're 24 for 5 after it's 4.2 overs. Fraction short, hit straight at the fielder. Kapsakavadi does handle that one cleanly. That'll take us to the end of the over, end of the 6-over power play, and plenty of action. Better than run a ball, but 5 wickets fall in that initial stanza of the game. It's 37 for 5 after 6. Good game this. Yeah, Paul saying hopefully that cloud passes over. I'd have to go to the radar. I know they're expecting a storm only probably after the game finishes. In fact, now they're not even expecting it, but I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, nice drive down the ground. It forces the bowler into a contortionate kind of effort. Won't get a run though. The bowling by Siriotti asking the right questions. And once again, this nice to a left. But Turkey already have dived. Remember, they started favourites. I think they were 56% before the game. Now they're down to 18%. Siriotti, destroyer yesterday against Serbia. It's been very good with that kind of ball. She can't afford to miss. So far, she hasn't. But it is risky when you're trying to work those balls to the leg side. Oh, yeah, well struck again. This one will be 4. Ayan into the 20s. She's got over half the run so far, despite not batting in the top 3. Looks Ayan take a bow. This is fantastic captain's knock so far. And there's still plenty of innings still to go. Still over 13 overs left. Ayan. Looks again, you can see she's really looking for that leg side, guarding the stumps with her pads. And she just is in a good run of hitting the ball, which the Turkish fans will hope continues. Kulya Cengiz at the other end. Again, a lot of bottom hand in that shot. Does get through the infield in the end. We'll get through for a single. And that will take us to the end of the 7th over. So Turkey fighting back. And after 7, they're 42 for 5. So exactly run a ball pace so far. We'll remind everyone that, of course, Belgium's ongoing at the moment with the Stallions taking on the Titans at the moment in the 3rd match today. But in fact, it's a bit of a late finish in Belgium. You might realise that our day's a bit shorter here in Bulgaria today compared to the last 2. But they have 6 matches in Belgium. And just have a look at that. 5 wickets in the first 5 overs. 1 and over. But no wickets in the last 2. It's been 6 runs and 5 runs off them. Viziotti. Yeah, I think it's just a case she's more comfortable bowling around the wicket. So even though I don't think strategically it's the right play, kind of takes out the LBW unless it's very full. Probably a full toss. Yeah, Turkey, they're really backing each other up. I mean, no one really had them in the frame. A team that had played a bit of T20IW cricket, but had never won a game. And to find themselves here in the final, having been undefeated in 3 games, it shows you they've developed quicker than some of the teams and players around them in the European game. It's a better line, but Ayan, once again, she's so good at taking it off the stumps. In fact, that might make it. I think it does. It'll be 4 runs. I think there might have been an issue where one fielder steps on the other fielder's foot as well. Let's have a look at it slowly here. Oh, a bit of an ankle roll on the rope is what it was. You hate to see that, don't you? But again, it's just a communication issue there. Probably needed a call of mine, needed a dive, needed a slap back with the hand. Now, I think maybe she's going to get a little bit of treatment. You can definitely see the ankle go over. It's the last thing they want at this stage. Check it out here on the replay. Siriotti is a key bowler as well. Okay, at least, she does take a few steps, which means, it's not snapped. It's not a break. It just could be a sprain, and there's the magic spray being administered. But yeah, another reason not to go with the foot. I mean, it was just a case of, I think the foot coming down on the rope, obviously it's not completely flat, and then overwent the ankle. But she's a tough cookie, Maria. I'm sure she'll be able to continue. Turkey with a fight back. I mean, they're on for 104 here, which I think, when you look at the first game, the score was 118 to 116. So if this little run continues, their expected score probably does head back up to around about that 115, 120. Good to see her walking on her own 2 feet, but have a look at it here. It was given 4 runs. The ball ran to the rope, and I think even when it was kicked, it was kicked by a foot that was on the rope as well. All right, 2 lonely bats out there. But the batters will be back in a moment. And this partnership building. It's worth 23 now in 3 overs. Ayan's the key though, isn't she? She's batted so well so far. Takes it on, gets over mid-on. Well, that's a solid strike, running down the hill, and that will be 4 as well. Always tough. You're hitting to the vortex. That's the part of the field that is the fastest, and Ayan takes her chances. Hard to believe, but she hadn't actually made double figures in the series so far, the Turkish captain. Maybe has been a bit unlucky on a couple of occasions. It was bowled for 9 when they took on Greece in match 1. Made 7 not out in their second game, and then was run out for just 1 last night. That was pretty late in the game. Late in the innings. Gone. Huge moment. Huge moment. Maria Verviziotti takes a return catch, the second caught and bowled we've seen in the innings. Ayan doesn't keep it down. Goes that flat bat, and this time it's taken. And they say catches win matches. I just feel the way the game was going, that could be a huge moment in this final. And could have hit it pretty much anywhere. Trying to hit it straight. Almost like a goalkeeper. Viziotti does the rest. So Ayan, 6 boundaries in her 30, but she's walking off. And we're still nowhere near the halfway point of this innings. Turkey 51 for 6 in the 8th. Huge moment. Well, they should be satisfied, obviously, to make 30. This was an opportunity, the way she was going, Ayan, the way she was seeing the ball. I mean, it wasn't a very dangerous looking delivery. But it was her opportunity to make 50 or more. Oz Kunduz is the new batter. And Salia, let's see if she can make a bit of a difference. But yeah, Turkey, they're on the precipice here. 6 wickets lost in 8 overs. Less than 8 overs. This Turkish side, I mean, they've picked up the game very quickly. I mean, even that smart little shot deflecting, but won't find a run. Viziotti with a huge moment in the 8th over with that wicket of the Turkish captain. And it's 51 for 6 after 8. And Jenkith, she's kind of charged with that responsibility of being the senior partner. And if you're Greece, you're bowling what you think are your wicket takers as long as you can. We've seen 4 bowlers. Good news that Siriotti is able to continue. The Greek skipper saw her twist her ankle on the boundary rope. Left-hand, right-hand combination continues into this partnership for the 7th wicket. Good strike by Cengiz, who'll be able to get 1 run. Özkunduz is facing up now to Siriotti, coming off that 5 for yesterday. Siriotti going over the wicket now to the right-hander. It's a good strike from Özkunduz. And that'll actually go for 4. What a good shot that is. And that's the thing about this Turkish lineup. They do like to attack. Özkunduz just throws the hands at this. Makes good contact. Doesn't keep it down, but finds the gap. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, I know some people might be critical of getting out at that time, but she'd taken risks all the way along, hadn't she? I suppose the issue with that last one, probably should have hit it offside. Hit it straight back at the bowler. And chases are wide. Does Celia. Interesting contest. And it's a different kind of pace of game that you might see in the European Cricket Series and some of the men's cricket we show. But it is fascinating, isn't it? Watching these games play out. Well bowled and also very well played. That was a testing delivery, but good technique with the straight bat. Like I said, Turkey, they've improved as quicker than any other European nation I can remember in recent history. And also, just as careful with this one. Can they bat out the 20? That's a big question when you've lost 6 wickets so quickly. That's an interesting one, I think. I'd like to see this one again. But I don't think Siriotti does anything wrong here because she is fielding the ball. I'd love to see. I don't know if we can go back and find that replay. Maybe in the end of the over. It's a good way to finish it, but it's 57 for 6 after 9. I think she got an official warning for running on the pitch there, but she was fielding the ball, if I'm not mistaken. And in which case, that's probably the one time that the bowler is allowed to run in front of the umpire. Just something to keep an eye on. As it is, with only 4 overs per bowler, it should never really come into it. I suppose the issue comes when the bowler's setting up in that protected area, which I know that on the 4th ball of the over, she certainly did that, took a step to her right, and the bowler does have a bit of an obligation to get out of the way. So that is right, the umpires keep an eye on that. In the air. Oh, dropped. Oh, you wouldn't believe that's exactly what she's there for. Savani should have had a wicket first ball. And that's Kula, who might have been on the move there, but geez, it's a simple chance, really. Jenkins gets very lucky. Savani's a different kind of bowler. Oh, well. Tight single, better throw. Might have been trouble for Özkunduz. It's one of those droppers. Uskundus will get it away for a single. That's all they'll get. Wide. I know Sentil's saying the batters run on the pitch, but that's not really a problem in artificial pitch cricket with the batters running on the pitch. I don't think it makes any difference. In fact, sometimes it's sensible. It's the safest place to run in artificial pitch cricket, to run on the pitch. So that's not really an issue. But the bowlers getting in that area is an issue in that it stops the umpire doing their job. So that's why, you know, I do think bowlers should be warned, but I don't think batters should be warned, because it's just, it all comes down to what's the intention of the law and what are the practical issues. So I've got no issues with batters running straight down the pitch. In fact, if you've seen sometimes the surround of the pitch, you know, it can be more dangerous, especially going from the flat of the pitch to some of the surrounds. It might be slightly raised. There might be an edge. It might be a ridge on the edge of the pitch. Good strike there by Jenkins, and she'll get 4. Stevani gets it to the boundary for the first time, and we're at the halfway point of a pretty interesting final. And Turkey 64 for 6. I mean, you double that run rate. You double the runs, you get 12.8. So you get 128, which would be a pretty good score. But they're 6 down. They're kind of flying without a reserve parachute, aren't they? This is what's happening tomorrow, by the way, in Belgium, with the final day of the group matches before we head to finals on Friday. You can join. I think Phil might be doing it on his own. Rico's earned a day off after really putting in a big shift. And I know his voice is only just holding on. And of course, finals Friday, then ECSW coming up in Belgium, of course, on Saturday and Sunday. But right here, right now, we'll get ready for the second half of this innings. And big question, can Greece take these final 4 wickets? That's the easiest way. Savani, I like what she brings to the table. She's a slower option, kind of complements a lot of the other bowlers and their styles. Greece, favourites here. I think they're a bit more prepared for the Turks this time around. They were a little bit taken by surprise, I think. Yeah, Matt saying, yeah, he doesn't mind batters running down this type of pitch, but in general, yeah, you're spot on, Matt, on a non-mat, on a turf pitch. You know, the batter does have an obligation to run along the sides of the pitch or off the main strip. But I think on an artificial pitch, you got to understand, unless there's an issue with the artificial pitch that it may deteriorate, but these ones, you know, in 500 years, they'll probably look exactly the same. Anyway, Siriotti to bowl out. Searching for these 4 wickets. Greece, that's the easiest way to stop the scoring. Uskundus faces up. Not a great ball first up from Maria. Yeah, Greece, I mean, they're a team that I've been really impressed with for a while. The way they go about their business, and they're individually trying to improve, which obviously has flow-on benefits for the team. In the air and gone. That is the 7th wicket. Uskundus takes it on. It was a searching delivery from Siriotti, who is just in the wickets this week. Again, check it out. It's that length. It's full, but it's not quite full enough to drive comfortably. It's not a full toss. Uskundus decides to hit it on the up, and once again, an excellent catch. So Salia's going to have to go for 5. Well caught by Theodora Parisi Messamerari. And it's 65 for 7. Yeah, Parisi Messamerari didn't have to move. Kavasoglu's the new batter, but yeah, Turkey finding it hard going. I still think they'll attack, and that's their game. Good delivery from Siriati. Hello to Nandra in the chat saying, yeah, really fun to watch this game. Love the passion shown from both teams. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, these two played a thriller on Monday morning. Look at Siriati and that ankle. She's really trying to battle through here. I wonder if she'll even be able to keep fielding, but you'd imagine she'd want to. Gone. There's wicket number 8. Well, Siriati might be on one good ankle, but she's delivering more than one good delivery here in the final, and that's 3 for Maria. And Turkey 8 down. It was a tough one to get, really. Kavasoglu couldn't keep it out. You could see a little gap between the bat and the pad, and the ball snuck through. Siriati with 3 in the final. Disappointment for Hanim, who goes without scoring at 65 for 8. This is the length again, though. This is something I talked about, the fact that Greece have been working really hard individually to improve. And even the players that are kind of their premier players, like Maria Siriati, for example, but she's been working so hard, I'm sure, on that consistency of her bowling action. And for Turkey, they're in big, big trouble now. Very unlikely to see them batting out the 20, but they'll be hoping. Raja Celic. The new bat, Celic, I should say, keeps that one out. Had a great question here from Matt saying, are there rules about how many players born in the country that have to be in each team? Well, Matt's actually really simple. The ICC has criteria. It applies to all internationals, so not just the countries you see here at the kind of the development levels of the game, but also applies to, you know, Australia, England, India, Pakistan, etc. Oh, how did that miss? I wonder if this has hit the pad or nothing. It's going to end up being 1 run. But let's have a look at the umpire. It's definitely not bat. It's off the pad. Okay, have a look at it. Half a shout for LB, but I think it was probably just missing leg, and then it missed leg by more when it flicked the leg. I'll come back to question moment there, Matt. But yeah, these are T20 internationals, so they are played under ICC regulations. And there's 2 ways that you can play international cricket for a nation. End of the spell from Siriati, who shows the heart of a lioness there, as she takes 3 for 23 in the final, and Turkey are 66 for 8. So yeah, either by citizenship or by residency. And so obviously if you're a citizen, it means you can hold a passport, or you do hold a passport for a particular country. Or if you live in a country for 3 consecutive years, and I think from memory you need to spend at least 10 months in the country in each of those 3 years, then you may play in international cricket. So yeah, it's not a certain amount. It's just each player on their face has to be qualified. So yeah, you'll see that different countries have different makeups of their teams as far as citizens versus residents. Well, that's a pretty good shot from Jelic, who will get a single in the end. cracked. What a good shot that is. As I said, the Turks, they're not going to just be blocking. They're going to be looking to score. It's a real positive approach that they have. That made a real great sound off the bat. Hello to everyone, and thanks for the question. Yeah, it's often something that people don't know about the criteria. So yeah, either on citizenship or 3 years residency, continuous 3 years of residency, which each of those years having 10 months in the country. That's also hit very well. That'll find the gap and that'll run away for 4. Turkey making a game of this. Do not count them out. Savani, I mean, it wasn't a bad ball. Miles outside the off stump, but there's that bottom hand taking over. Jenga's playing a nice little hand here. Hello to Tom as well, watching from Australia. Great to have you with us. Played away leg side this time. Finds the fielder, Jojota. Oh, they've given it. Wow, it wasn't the cleanest bit of work from Arjapol. I'd like to see this one again. Did she have the ball? I think the batter was out of her ground. Let's have a look at it. Okay, she's definitely out for me, but I don't know. We'll see that again. A bit slower, perhaps. But the ball did kind of get loose, but maybe it was the stumps that knocked it out. It'll be Savani that'll take the wicket. And let's have a look at this one more time. Let's have a look. I'm just curious about this one. When she goes to take the stumps, again, it's been given out in the field, so it's really irrelevant what the replay shows, but what can you see when... just missed it again. But, hey, umpires gave it out, and that's the main thing. All right, 9 down there, down to their last batter. Yeah, so sometimes people have this idea they could move straight to a country and then play, and that isn't the case. So, you know, you do have to live there for 3 years. If you're a citizen, you don't actually even have to be into the country. That's what's the funny thing about it. But I guess you've got to have some sort of criteria. That's the end of the 12th over, as Tekildarim will be able to negotiate that last ball. And 78 for 9. And Jenkins just needs a bit of support here, doesn't she? Yeah, so I suppose once you are eligible, then it's up to the selectors to pick you. And some selection panels might have different philosophies. They might favour some players that are playing in the country. I would just think you have an obligation to put your best team on the park as a selection panel. I think Portugal's a good example of that. I think there are a handful now of Portuguese-based players, but they've got a lot of players that hold Portuguese passports to play in England or South Africa. And so I think, you have to do the right thing by your country, put your most competitive team on the park. And if they do well, it can unlock more ICC funding to actually assist in your country anyway with your domestic game. And, of course, the domestic players, domestic-based players that are playing, they also get the benefit of playing with guys, like Joe Burns. Joe Burns is playing for Italy. Again, qualifies as he has a passport. Still 8 overs to go, basically. And Jengers is going to continue, but what a great piece of fielding out there. And that's Siriotti again, leading by example. Any thoughts that she was going to go off? Thwarted there with that diving stop. I suppose she can go off if they can take one more wicket. Hello to Giannis Koulis as well, saying, oh, yeah, good luck to all players. Hopefully no injuries. Yeah, hopefully. Giannis, good to see you. That's why you'll often see when players have moved to a country and they're playing domestic cricket. I mean, Priyan Pushparajan's a good example from Bulgaria. Almost like they're waiting for that 3 years. But also, it's education. Sometimes players will spend 2 years in the country and then take a holiday back to their original country for too long, and they have to reset the clock on their qualification. So I know it's something that Corey, Spanish coach, has been working hard on, just saying, hey, look, these are the rules. If you're going to go back to see your parents or to see your family over summer, which quite a few do, or sometimes over winter, don't do it for too long. Yeah, I want to get him in the national setup. Takildrim's been pretty good so far. Just at least keeping it out. That's fine. Jeez, I was being called a dead ball. I wonder if that was the wind that blew it off, but I wonder when the stumps got blown off. So actually that won't count as a ball, which I suppose is a benefit for Turkey. It means they've got one more ball potentially available to them, should they be able to bat out these 7.5 overs for no more wickets. Well bowled from Macri. That's the other thing. I'll give you some examples. I mean, Gus McKeon, who has a French mother, was born in Australia, played for France without even ever setting foot on French soil. But he's a citizen. He has a passport. Takildrim's done a good job so far, just not getting out. So yeah, Joe Burns, yeah, he's the Italian skipper at the moment. Got to say, I love the names on the shirts now. Hellas, of course, that's Greek for Greece. Sometimes people don't pick that up straight away. Oh, nice work. So I get through another over. And Turkey are going to have to play the grind here. They're 80 for 9 after 13 overs. I suppose one of the big differences in this inning so far compared to maybe what we saw earlier on was the ability of Greece to hold a few more catches. And they've held everything. That one that went down in the slips, but they have pretty much been able to finish dismissals. That's the reason Turkey are 9 down. Jenga's doing a good job. 21 of 19. Looks like they're going to bring back Georgiota. Try and finish this right here and now. This is where you do need to kind of respect the good ball, go after the one that's in your zone. Yeah, Luke Ronke's another one. He was born in New Zealand, but grew up in Perth. Yeah, he's a rare one that he actually played for Australia, which meant he had to wait out a waiting period, I think, of 3 years, maybe 5, before he was allowed to play for New Zealand. I know they've changed the residency recently, a few years ago now, but it used to be 7 years living in the country to make it only 3. And I think that's fair. Full toss and hit pretty well. Somehow gets stopped. I might have a look at that stop down there. Savani on the boundary. Keeps it just inside the rope. Let's have a look. An old foot fielding to the rescue. Again, that makes my eyes water, thinking of potentially stepping on a ball, but one never hits the rope. What it does do, gets the number 11 back on strike. Te Gilderem. Bowled by Georgiotta. And I like the reduction from 7 years continuous residency to 3, because I think if you've lived 3 years consecutively in a country and you're contributing probably at the grassroots level, then I think you deserve the opportunity to play if you are in the best team in the country. I think 3 years, it's a decent level of commitment. It's not like you can just jump on and play after 1 year, for example, or a summer. Georgiotta's just got to get one full and straight here and try and finish it. $81 for 9. Turkey winning a toss, electing to bat, but finding out the hard way. In cricket is a game that can turn very, very quickly. Oh, that's jumped and hit Ashapolu in the helmet. Another very good reason to have the helmet on. I don't think it was a big bounce. Maybe a little bit more than she thought. Bang! Right in the grill. And thank goodness she had the helmet on. She's saying, "Yeah, I'm fine. Let me in the helmet. I'm good." I just wonder how these Bulgarian to Greek concussion tests are going. Okay, you're spot on. Jofra Archer did the same to play for England. Here's that pesky Bale jumping off again. Fawad Ahmed is an example. Somebody that was Pakistani heritage, played for Australia probably 10, 15 years ago now. Te Gilderem. Gutsy kind of effort here. She knows she's the last batter, and so she cannot afford to get out. Doesn't really matter how many balls she uses up. Probably up to Cengiz to play a few more shots. Maybe just missing. If I had a good look. That'll be the end of the 14th over. And it's 82 for 9. Yeah, so I suppose the next question is, how can you be a citizen of a country? And most countries will give you a passport if one of your parents was born there in this day and age. So actually, I was born in Australia, but I have a British passport. I'm a dual citizen. Gives me all the rights of a British citizen. So yeah, that's how you can basically qualify for a country even if you've never been there, like Gus McKeon, for example. We've actually seen captaining France. Plays great cricket in Perth. Oh, that's going to be 5. It's down the leg side. Wait for the umpire signal. But yeah, this is what I mean. They're just grafting, aren't they? And, you know, I've got to say, I feel for Te Gilderem. He's still on 0, but, you know, due to her surviving, I have the opportunity to score some of these runs. So it's one of those classic cases where maybe the numbers don't tell the whole story. Yeah, Dirk Nannes, that's a good one. Has dual citizenship as well. Played for both Australia and Netherlands. Now they make the decision to run, and rightly so. Went into a bit of a gap. Te Gilderem took a little bit of time to get going. kept out pretty well. Takildrim, even though she might be on for the longest duck record, but she deserves some of these runs to her name, really. And she's done very, very well. So, I mean, can you creep up to 100? I mean, Greece, they'd be big favourites there. Look at Greece's batting so far in the series. It's been pretty solid. They scored 116 in the first game, but went down by 2 runs to the Turks. But they scored 176 in the second game, and they chased 123 in the last over against Serbia. Takildrim again. I hope they're just sending her the right messages. They're saying, hey, look, no problem at all. We don't mind if you end up on 0 off 22. Doesn't matter as long as you can see us through to the 20 overs. And already, this last pair have put on 11. And she sees her way through another over. Macri can't find the sticks. End of 15. And the score is 88 for 9. Any cricketer will know the feeling. When you've got 9 out, you just can't quite find that 10th wicket. That's the situation the Greeks find themselves in right now. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow here in Bulgaria with the hosts doing the double. Now, each one of those 3 days, the next 3 days, one of the teams will have to play back-to-back. So Bulgaria have to do it first up, taking on Gibraltar and Turkey. And you'll find that the teams will play 4 matches there. So they play the other 2 teams twice. And the top 2 teams will play in the final on Sunday. Slightly later start tomorrow as well. Scheduled start, that is 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. I kind of like this move. I think they're going back to Savani. And she's going to toss a few right up and see if Cengiz can resist. Here we go. Well, she can't, but again, likes that leg side. And the missed field now, it's getting sent back. That's an unbelievable bit of cricket. I mean, I suppose what it does, it keeps the set batter on strike, but I just don't think Cengiz thought it was going to be misfielded, but then it was. Check it out. Takildrim, I mean, rightly saying, hey, we can run there. I mean, it went all the way to the boundary, more or less. That's a long dot. This time they will take a run. I do like that they're taking every run on offer. Because I think you've already shown Takildrim's capable of holding up an end. Savani trying to finish it off. Well, that's a good shot. A really good shot. She deserves that. Tugu with a boundary. The number 11 for Turkey. Gets one that's right in her zone. That's a very, very good shot. And Dogu. Breathing a little bit easier still. To get off the 0 up to 13 dots to start her innings. Can they creep up to that 100? This has been a gutsy last wicket partnership. Yeah, I mean, plenty of examples coming in the chat. Kepler Vessels playing for South Africa and Australia. Ryan Campbell actually played for Hong Kong. That one sneaks in for a dot. Plenty of others, given that there's, I think there's 100 countries playing international cricket now. And for a long time, it was only really 10, 10 to maybe 12 in recognised cricket. That'll be the end of the 16th over. Savani 1 for 24 through 3 bowled for her, and Turkey a 93 for 9. But Tekildirim, that's one for all the number 11s out there. You can see, look at the wickets falling. That 12th over, 12 runs, but that 9th wicket, since then, it's been kind of softly, softly catch the monkey. Paul Horn calling it a Jack Leach-like performance from Tekildirim. Yeah, probably. Okay, change bowling. Oh, Peter Callis is going to bowl. Hasn't bowled yet. First one, turn around the corner nicely, and that'll be 4. It was short, it was outside the leg stump. It's exactly where the left-hander wanted it. So they go to a 6th bowler here in Callis. 97 now for Turkey. Slowly building. Like I said, we saw 118 was enough for them to beat Greece in the first game. Turkey coming off a routing of Bulgaria last night. Well, Bulgaria got done for 55. But it's been a very smart last partnership. Frustrating one for the Greek fans. Oh, how about that little pop-up? And Ashrapoğlu is almost thinking of diving forward. It was just out of her grasp. This is soft hands. This is almost too soft because the bat comes back and only just landed in front of the popping crease there. Wide. And that'll be another to the total, 98 now. So we're looking at 99 target minimum. Yeah, Mark Chapman, that's a good one. Mark Chapman played for New Zealand. Tell us your other, maybe dual nationals, or sometimes it's only one country they played for. John Davison's one that played for Canada many moons ago. Australian first-class player. Now we got... Oh, it's going to be 4. Surely gets through. Missed field. You don't expect this from Greece. The wheels have kind of come off. It brings up the 100. They weren't even going to run there because it was hit straight at the fielder. Big no call. But it just gets straight through 2 fielders. And somehow, that's 4 runs. Couple of times we've seen that from Greece. Just a bit sloppy from a team that you'd expect better from. 32 now from Cengiz. What an innings. Still kind of walking the high wire without a safety net. She's now the top scorer in the innings. Cengiz, who batted number 7. 32 at better than a runner ball. Remember, Goksu Ayan looked really good earlier. She scored 30 off 21, including 6 boundaries before she hit one straight back at Maria Verviziotti. Bit of a loose defensive stroke, but does the job. So there's actually been 15 boundaries in this innings. 6 to Ayan, 6 to Cengiz, and then Kalish scored a 4. Özgündüz scored a 4, and even Tekildirim, who's there, she scored a 4 as well. It looks like that's the end of the over. So 102 for 9 the score. I think that's the over. Maybe some discussion that there might still be a ball to go, but it's an ugly looking 100, but it's 100 nonetheless in a final. And every run over, say, 90 or even 80, and it'll really annoy Greece, who had Turkey at 77 for 9. But what a great effort. You got your number 11s face 17 balls. Just the 4 runs to show for it, but it's been huge. Yeah, Corey Anderson's another one, Nandra. Very good. Yeah, played for USA. was recruited. I think married somebody from the US. Did Corey? And our very own Corey Ruckers. He's got a Greek passport. But they don't want him. Fair enough. He's sticking to coaching. Graviziotti's coming back. Well, she's the one that was able to turn the tide earlier with that wicket of Goksu Ayan. Creeping in here on the number 11. Slip in place. Got a short mid-wicket in place. Very short mid-wicket. Hoping for a pop-up. Tek Yildirim's been made a stone, though, since she's been out there. And Teki is getting a lot of plaudits. Can she get off strike here? Still just score a single. Tek Yildirim. Flirts with that one. I mean, even if they get bowled out now, it's a competitive score. Nothing to lose, go for more, but I still think the approach is the same. Keep the good one out. Have a go at the ball off the stumps. I'd love to see her maybe playing a bit more of an attacking shot at that kind of a ball. Because if she does hit it, she's probably only going to pop a catch up. But even if she plays out these three, doesn't get out, still fine for Turkey. And they'll get to bat on. 9 wickets down. Well, there goes the bail again. It's been windy. There's one particular bail that keeps falling off. Good spot by Griviziotti. There we go. Stay on. Blustery conditions. There's a little prod. I think now you're totally fine with her blocking 2 more out and Jenga's go at the 19th over. Different kind of a game, isn't it? To a lot of cricket we see on ECN. But fascinating. She's done very well at holding up her end. 4 off 22 now. They haven't really bowled too many of the what I'd call the perfect ball to number 11, which is to Yorker on middle stump. Or any of those. Again, has some length to work with. Well bowled and well batted. It'll be a maiden. In fact, 8 dot balls in a row now. But they're still able to survive. Turkey 102 for 9 after 18 overs. It's the one time you're totally fine with a maiden. Because it will mean that Cengiz gets the strike back. And that's the other thing. I wasn't at this stage of the innings. You're looking at maybe sacrificing a batter to a run out to get a preferred batter on strike. But you just can't do that when you've lost 9 wickets. So this partnership's lasted longer than any other partnership in this innings by some distance now. So, Georgiota. She's going to bowl her 4th and final over here. 2 overs to go. Georgiota can bowl one. Griviziotti probably to get the other. If we get there. Fingers respects the first one. Even the fact that the Greeks have been made to stay out in the field a bit longer, I think works in Turkey's favour. It'll be a frustrating amount of time. I mean, they would have felt half an hour ago they might have been able to get off and get back into the dugout. $11 balls to go, potentially. Probably a wide. Yeah, it is. Just misses the mark. And this has all helped as well. Remember, they were 77 for 9. So now that's 26 runs that these two have put on. There's the bad ball. It'll be a no ball. And it'll be hit away for 4 or 5 more. And a free hit incoming. And hey, the free hit's the one time with 9 down that you don't care if you get caught or bowled or whatever. But this is a loose ball from Jojota. And well put away. What a knock. What a fascinating contest we've had in this final. I mean, Turkey, they're looking like they might be able to post something like the 118 that won them the game against Greece in the opening fixture. But it's not really the way that anyone pictured it. So you just got to make sure you don't get run out here. But I probably wouldn't be running at all. I wouldn't be running a 1. I'd be trying to whack a 4 or a 6. I have seen a couple of 6s. Oh, free hit and solid contact. 4 more. 40 now. Fetchengas, what a knock. And you can see these two, they've had to do it as a team. And she couldn't have done anything without Dugu Tekildurim at the other end, holding up her end. And you can see there the natural jubilation of Turkey, who suddenly feel they've got a shot. And they're creeping up on favoritism again. Because I'd love to see that reaction again from the two batters. We might see it in the highlights, but we're thrilled. So basically that ball goes for 9. But now you got to kind of reel it back in. Don't need to play a rash shot here because the free hit's done. You're back onto a ball that you are at risk from as a batter. Bit of old school cricket here in this final so far. Oh, good comeback from Jojota. Just natural angle across. 112. Well, this last pair have now put on 35 after the first 9 wickets fell for 77. Unbelievable, really. The fact they've been able to be so productive. It's whether, you know, we had that maiden, but who cares? The fact is they survived it. They run a 9-dot balls there leading into this over. Now, hit and run, and we'll take the 1. Now, I think Tekildurim's just got 2 balls to survive here. 8 balls left in the innings. G1's excited, saying that Turkey have won his heart. Well, I don't know if that's the end of the over or not. I've certainly still got a couple of balls to go. I've actually got 2 to go. Well, we've got a request in the chat. Where can you get a Cengiz shirt? I don't know. Probably have to be in Bulgaria. I don't think that's over. But again, the umpires are in control of this. It's not really an ECN game. It's an ICC game. And yeah, I know that it should be a bit more drilled, but let's be honest, at various levels of this, of international cricket, you know, they're not hosting too many internationals. So yeah, I think we are going to see that there's still 2 to come in the over. So yeah, confirmation, I think, coming through. 113 for 9, 8 balls to go. Okay. Jojota gets brought back to finish her over. She's got 2 for 27. 2 balls remaining, according to me anyway. Tekildurim. Let's keep that out. I mean, she's played with a very good straight bat. The only one job here is don't get out. Last ball, the over coming up. Yeah, and think different, saying, yeah, well done to all the coaching staff. And yeah, Turkey are playing very, very well here. I think it goes for all the coaches across all 4 teams we've seen over the last 3 days. The other thing is, Cengiz, he's 9 for a half century, and I imagine she'll be on strike. for the last over. Can't see them really wanting a single here, but they might not be thinking that way. They might just take whatever's there. We haven't seen a single from Tek Yildirim in 24 balls faced. And she keeps it out again. So frustration continues for the Greeks. Now it feels like they're on the other side of a developing Greek tragedy. And after 19 overs, Turkey is still kicking in this first innings of the final. It's 113 for 9. It would be kind of serendipitous, wouldn't it, if they were to score 118? That's exactly what Turkey has scored in the first game of the series against Greece, and Greece replied with 116. I suppose Turkey certainly haven't battered Greece out of the game, so Turkey are going to have to bowl and field very well to have a chance, but that's the thing, they do have a chance. Everyone loves the 10th wicket partnership, don't they? Revisiati is going to finish off 41 for Cengiz of 36 balls. There go the bails again. Just adding to the frustration of the Greeks. There's the wind. There's the power lines, of course. Don't forget, power lines go over the field here in Vasilevsky. Oh, good work from the bowlers then, umpire, as well. He made quick work to fix them up. Square leg umpire, obviously just having a bit of a snooze. Here we go. Last overtime. Goes after this flying edge. This is where they got to go for 2 here. Should be wanting to come back. They'll take it on. Throw doesn't come in too quickly at all. That's good running. Excellent game awareness. Cengiz to 43 now. She deserves a 50. Batting number 7. Running out of partners. Batting with the number 11. They put on 37 now. 40. Yeah, 40 potential last partnership on the cards, but 38 currently. Here we go. More wind issues. We need to check if the square leg umpire is still out there, because this umpire is doing everything. Ivan is his name, and shoelace issue as well. So don't worry, teamwork. I'll make the team work. Yes, Senthil saying nobody would have thought that Turkey would still be batting in their 20th over. You are spot on. They lost their 9th wicket in the 12th over. If they do win from this position, Turkey, it'll be a famous one. So as it will be no matter what. 5 balls remaining. Verviziotti coming in. Little edge flies away. Bit of luck there. Yeah, don't see them getting back for 2 this time. Oh, again. Probably would have actually with the throw hitting the edge of the pitch. All right, now let's see if Tek Yildirim can get a single here. She hasn't had 1 single in 25 balls faced, but she can't just block these out, really. You've got to try and get Cengiz back on strike. Gonna have to go for absolutely everything, though. Oh, she does. That's a good shot. What a shot down the ground. What is happening here? And have a look at the embrace. What a partnership between these two. And now given her opportunity to attack, Tek Yildirim comes to the party over the top. Cuatro carreras. What a fight back. And Turkey are now a favourites in this final. And they've gone past the 118 that they defended back in match 1 against Greece. What a shot from the number 11. Now gets an edge, and that'll get away from the fielder. They'll take 1. Well, they might as well go for 2 at this stage. No, they're happy with 1. I can understand that as well. Cengiz wants another opportunity. I'm just getting carried away maybe with the attacking ability of Tek Yildirim. But probably that was the smart play to just take the single. 121 now. What a partnership. It's worth 44. Hit down the ground. That's a solid strike. Fielding will be done. Well, I'll just settle for 1. Yeah, why not? So they will bat out the 20 overs. Amazing. And the trust there. And Tek Yildirim, who was none off 13 at one stage, but she's just gaining confidence. Again, this is a real a partnership field. They've helped each other. They've each had a different role, but they've done it together. And Turkey are back to the percentage they started the innings at. And it was not a standard way to get there. Last ball. That's a no ball, surely. That's going to be 4. Check the umpire. It has been called, has it? I think it has. And so a free hit to come. What a shot to kill him into double figures. The number 11. It's a kind of fairy tale innings you could only dream of. As the last batter in the order. Now she can't get out except for run out. 127, a free hit to finish. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Unbelievable. And the last ball to come. He dances at it. Might as well go for 2 now. How far is it going? It's rolling away. They will get 2. Any thoughts of 3 here? Might as well. No, might as well go. It's the last ball. They don't. They want to remain unbroken. And they will finish on 129 for 9. What a remarkable last innings partnership. It's unbroken. It's 52. 52 in around 8 overs. So about a run a ball or just better than run a ball pace for the 10th wicket. And let's just follow these two off because they will get a hero's welcome when they go back to the dugout. Because Turkey, they looked down. They looked pretty much on the canvas, didn't they? But, you know, great sportsmanship as well, I think, all round. I mean, Greece appreciate that it was a gutsy partnership. And Turkey, after being 77 for 9, do not adjust your sets. They walk off with 129 runs, a 52-run 10th wicket partnership. And I'll have to check the record books because that has to be right up there with the highest 10th wicket partnership ever in a T20 international. Let's go back though. It was a different story, wasn't it? Because wickets were tumbling. In fact, a wicket in each of the first 5 overs. And Turkey were in all kinds of trouble. That one snuck through Georgiota in happier times with the breakthrough. And then some self-inflicted. That's poor awareness there. Duran pays the price. Turned it back on the play. Got run out. Wow. I still can't believe how that game has turned around. But that was a good cat. I mean, it's almost like a completely different game, wasn't it? To this point. And yeah, I've got some confirmation that that is the best ever 10th wicket partnership in a women's T20 international. Wow, and it beats the 44 from Delgado and Campos for Costa Rica versus Belize in San Jose in 2019-2020. And it's only the 4th, which is 40 plus. It's the first ever that's 50 plus. But for Viziotti, that seemed like a game changer, didn't it? With Ayan. Made it to 30, but went no more. And then it looked like they were running out of batters and running out very, very quickly. Hello to Tom, by the way. Thanks for the compliment, but I think all the compliments have to go to the players. It's turned out to be a really remarkable partnership. And I will say it's even it's the first ever 50 partnership for a 10th wicket in either men's or women's T20 internationals. The best in men's is 37. So it's quite amazing. And I wouldn't say I'm speechless, but not far off, because Greece, they looked at heading back to the dugout early, didn't they? But they were made to field the whole 20 overs. Just a slight correction. There might have been one instance of a 62-run partnership for Oman against Canada. But definitely in women's T20 eyes, this is a first. They end up walking away with 129. Considering this is a final, it's quite amazing, isn't it? 30 for Ayan, looked like she was in the lead to scoring, but Chengiz 45 not out, and Tek Yildirim, who batted 13 dots before she was able to get off the mark, finished with 3 boundaries and 15 not out of 29. Well, I know you look at the numbers, she's struck at 51 or 52 per 100 balls, but that is about as valuable as an innings for your team you could ever hope for. Only the 3 Turks reaching double figures as the scorecard. 26 extras, not too bad, I suppose, at this level, but a remarkable 10th wicket partnership defines this innings, and they go from 77 for 9 to 129 for 9. Bowling wise, it was a pretty good effort. Through 12 overs, we saw 3 wickets to Siriotu, who also took a bit of an ankle knock on the rope during that innings. 2 wickets for George Jota and singles for Macri, Verviciotti and Savani, but just couldn't quite finish him off. Macri, shout out to her. It was very miserly, only conceding 12 of her 4 overs. But we'll take a break. And I will say that Greece, they have the batting to score 130. Similar kind of score that we have seen chased down, maybe a handful more, but do not go anywhere. Turkey, can they come back from the brink to stay undefeated and take the trophy? Or will Greece get the ultimate revenge? We'll find out in just a few minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxwell for ECN. Don't go too far. Should be a big finish here in Bulgaria. See you soon for more T20IW. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria as we get ready for the final innings of this T20IW. It's been 3 days of action and adventure, and Turkey, a record-breaking first innings, but not in the way that you would expect. They were 77 for 7, but ended up putting on an unbroken 52 for the last wicket, so they finished on 129. 130 is the target for Greece at a run rate required of 6.5 and over, so still very much in this game. Greece, but what an amazing turnaround. Looked like they'd be chasing 80. Instead, they're chasing 130. Joanna Ajrapoğlu out there with Adamantia Makri. It'll be Ezgi Nurkilic to get us going. Stay tuned. This is up for grabs. It's a good start. It just kind of catapults it through. It was right on the money first up. Emerging international cricketers in this series. Just missing, but it's good bowling nonetheless. We're 2 dots to start. For Greece, well, they just need to not fall behind the rate. I think that's the key here. Keep it in the sixes and keep wickets in hand. Shot. Oh no, we've got a big problem here. Can they find the ball? They'd almost given up. And I think that's still out. It's not going to be given. Let's see on the replay, but my eyes tell me this is gone. But that's a lucky moment for Ajrapoğlu. Let's check it out. Maybe we can freeze it. I know the umpires don't get the benefit of the replay, but they'd pretty much given up. Let's have a look. There we go. Out. She had the ball, assuming that, but umpire in real time doesn't give it. So remember, it's T20 International, so you don't get to use the replays, which I don't think makes a lot of sense, but that's what it is. But what were they doing there, Greece? That's a huge let-off. And if that throw was anywhere near the bowler, and I mean anywhere near the bowler at the first attempt, that was a clear run out. There go the bails. That's the one. They need to do some bendy work with the top of the stumps because obviously the dynamics aren't really working. Very windy at the moment, as you can tell. Hello to Tom, and thanks for your compliment once again. Watching from wintry Adelaide. Well, it's pretty blustery in Bulgaria right now, I'll tell you that much. Pretty well bowled this. Zeroing in on the stumps. Not going to be too defensive either, Greece. I don't want to see that rate creep up to 8 or 9 and over. Still early days. Oh, that's going to get through the keeper, through the legs. That'll be 5. Well, bonus. Yeah, 5 wides. Just bounced a second time in front of Chenik back there. Did pretty well to get across, but just left that little gap when the ball snuck through. Yeah, so going back to that partnership, the previous best partnership was 44 for the 10th wicket in a T20IW match. That was Costa Rica versus Belize all the way back in 2019. Well bowled. Good comeback. And it's only the 4th 40-plus 10th wicket partnership. It's the first ever 50-plus partnership in a T20IW. So congratulations to Gulce Cengiz and Dogu Tekeldirim, who will be in the record books now by some distance, I should say as well. And unbroken, I will say that too. All right, so that will be the end of the first over. Greece gets 6, but only 1 run was hit, and even that was a bit of a hairy one. 6 without loss after 1. Very, very interesting game. Greece 44%, but we're in the Goldilocks zone, aren't we? Now, what do you think about use of replays? Do you think it should be against the rules to use replays? I suppose the ICC have these rules that say if you don't have the full setup, so they're kind of like, you're covering the World Cup, then because not all the replays are available, then you don't use any. But I just feel you'd rather have, you might not be perfect, but at least you'd be having a greater proportion of right decisions as long as you apply it equally to both teams. Okay, new bowler, first one down the leg side. Just feel like we're in for a thriller here. 130 is a decent score to get. Well, that'd be no ball. And hooked away, and a run away for 4. Poor ball, really. Free hit coming up. Struck by Azrapoğlu. He's very lucky to be there. Should have been run out. Well, there's tension out there. It is a final. Macri trying to take her guard there. Well bowled. Right on the money that time. Starting to go around the wicket. Turkey out, they rock and roll Bulgaria last night, but it's a very different proposition. Greece crept ahead of the percentages. Again, she gets that natural in swing, so actually she's straightening it down the line. Played around the corner this time. Azrapoğlu, lefty, very talented batter. Pushed away into the offside. This is a really good game. Tense is how I would describe it. Hello to Terry. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Got a bit of a thriller here for you. This is the final. Well, fraction short, but top edge and pulled up in the air. It's dropped. Jenga's had such a good time with the bat. We'll excuse her that one, but it was another chance. That goes begging. Macri gets dropped. End of the over, and it's 16 without loss after 2. There's a lot of nervous energy around the ground, and probably amongst all the viewers as well. Greece 53%. The Goldilocks zone went between 40 and 60. That's what we say. Wide first up. Okay, it's coming back for a second over. Bit of news coming in. Italy beating Scotland. Just missing. Umpire makes the right call. I think it's just, I wanted to hit a 4 stump, but wasn't going to hit. No, Corey's in there calling some of those qualifiers. And bowled by Kilic. She's pretty good at jamming it up nice and full. She's good to good players. I think it's one of the features of her bowling. Keeps this out as well. Well, get more than none. Get one now. Well, actually, I think Macri turned it down in the end. We've seen that happen a couple of times. Batters making up their mind they're not running, but then a misfield coming, so it'll be a long dot. Got her. Huge moment, Macri. Probably should have been gone a few minutes ago, but then gets castled. And Kilic doing the job. The Turks get their first breakthrough, and it's full, it's straight, and it's through the gate, and it makes a mess of the stumps. Excellent bowling. Disappointment for Macri, who actually uses 11 balls for just 2. And has to go. It's 17 for 1. Just look at where this pitches. It's a good one. Straight away, Macri knows she's been done. But she wasn't really getting much going, so maybe it's time for a change for Greece. Don't let this game drift too much. They're pretty much right on the rate at the moment. Here's Savani, who's coming out at number 3. Don't forget, Greece had that thrilling chase against Serbia, and that's actually the reason they're in this final. Wow, that one is full again. Love to see this one, the replay. Greece had to play back-to-back yesterday. Might not have time for replay, actually. This time Savani opens the face, and she'll be off the mark. Relay comes in, but they'll get back for 2. Good running from the Greeks. Yeah, Savani scored 18 in the first game. Scored off 27 balls, so probably has struggled a little bit with the bat in the series. That'll be the end of the 3rd over, and Greece 19 for 1. Yeah, so Italy beating Scotland, that's a big one. I know a few people are saying a lot of the Italians have played cricket in Australia and England, but it's also kind of true. If you look at the Scottish team, they've got quite a few that qualify for Scotland, but might have even been born in England, played a lot of their cricket in England, South Africa, other countries. Charlie Castle's a guy. He's a Cradles Cricket Australia qualifies for Scotland now. So in the end, all the teams are playing with the same rules with qualification. You either have to be a citizen of the country or you have to have lived there for 3 years continuously. Rapolu pushes and wants one. Should get one. Edge of the pitch, so they might try an overthrow here. They will. It's a bit unlucky for Turkey, really. They hit the very edge of the pitch and bounced away from the keeper, but good awareness for Greece to go through for the extra run. Rapolu, the lefty, back on strike. Well bowled. I'm not a huge fan of round the wicket sometimes, but I like what Chelik's doing here because she's got a natural in-swing action, and so she's actually angling the ball in and taking it away from the left-hander. It's testing stuff. And sometimes they don't swing like that. She loses it down the leg side, but I like what she's trying here. That famous angle that Andrew Flintoff used on Adam Gilchrist so successfully in the 2005 Ashes. And chases what she should have left alone there, Rapolu, but they will get the wide. I suppose Greece have lost the 1 wicket, but they haven't had those issues of constant wickets being lost in the first few overs that Turkey had to deal with. But in the end, it's the rate you score which matters, assuming you don't run out of wickets, which they didn't in the end, remarkably, Turkey. Well, bowled once again. Push but for nothing. It's also going to test Turkey's depth bowling wise. This one's going to be called a no ball, so we've got a free hit coming up. Goes over the top, tries to this time. Rapolu does successfully. Nice shot, confidence builder for her. What an easy shot. It is a power play over, let's not forget. Backs herself. That one climbs over Oskudus there and runs away for 4. Oh, gee, that's closer than you think as well. I need to replay this one from the main camera. And just wonder if there's still a ball to go on the over. And sometimes the umpires have had some issues with the counting. Let's have a look. I mean, yeah, it's not a wide, so I'm happy with that. But have a look. Well, I had 1 foot still down. The other one was in the air. But anyway. Still got the one ball to go as communicated now. Just 6.5 and over, 13 per 2 overs. That's the rate. So they're ahead of it at the moment. 26 will be on the rate after 4. Oh, nicely played, and that'll run away pretty quickly. That'll get away from the fielder for 4. Nice shot by Rapolu. Makes the most of the extra ball. 4 carreras. And at the end of 4 overs, Greece 33 for 1. Real arm wrestle here in the final. Wickets. That's what you need. And Greece, and even though they had that real drop-off in the last 8 overs where they couldn't take the 10th wicket, but they did take the early wickets that slowed the scoring in the first place. And Turkey have only hit the one so far. As Ayan comes on, and well, that could be out. Oh, it didn't knock the bails off. Unbelievable. Doesn't knock the bails off. And it would have been run out. It was a great bit of keeping. I'd like to see this first up, see if it was LBW in the first place. It was pretty tight. Just missing. Let's have a look. Hits the stumps. Gives them a good shake. It hit above the base. And how quickly, I was about to say, that ain't out. Savani was spot on. Cannot believe that. You see it all in European cricket. Amazing moment. You can't really criticize the fielders on that occasion. I mean, she did everything she had to do. She hit stumps. It's not hard enough. Flicked the pad this time. And no wide down the leg side. Well, if you had ball hitting stumps not knocking over bails on your bingo card, congratulations. Circle it. Nope. But again, top ball's a good ball at the moment. You're probably happy enough if your batter's there, go run a ball, and you know you think you'll have 10 extras in the innings minimum. You get to your 130. What do you think about the ball hitting the stumps and not knocking over the bails? What makes it all the more extraordinary is how often the bails have blown off today. They've blown off. If that's at the other end, those other stumps, they're the ones the bails keep blowing off. That's definitely knocking the bails off. Quite amazing. That's good bowling from Ayan. Pretty unlucky, to say the least. Ayan batted really well, scored 30 in the first innings. And Terry calling out a Gloria Gaynor moment, meaning that she will survive. Open face there. Almost guides it straight into the keepers. All right, time. There's more bat on it. That'll run into the vortex for 4. Smart batting from Savani. That's what she was trying to do the ball before. This time she does get a little bit of a thick outside edge, I suppose, is what you'd call it. Runs away to the boundary. So into the 5th over, 39 for 1. No shortage of drama so far. And of course it will continue over the next few weeks. These are all our events for the remainder of July. Belgium, of course, happening right now as well. And of course, we've got Krefeld next week. I'll actually be doing a bit of Stockholm, just doing the weekend there. But great to see a lot of women's cricket. You can see in Bulgaria, we've had women's T20s. In Belgium, we've got women's T10. Same in Krefeld. That's the way we'll finish there. We'll start in Stockholm with a women's series as well. Here's Turan with the ball. That'll be a wide first up. Let's not forget that. This is the 6th over, last over of the power play. Another wide, certainly something that Turks are going to have to watch. We've got that right under a runner ball, Greece. It's up to Turkey to try and push that back up with dot balls and potentially a couple of wickets. This is hurting a little bit. It's one thing, for all their sins, Greece didn't give away a lot of extras in that first innings. Ended up giving away 26 in the 20 overs, which is pretty good. 1 1/4 per over. Push and run from Joanna. We'll get 3 for 1, maybe more. Oh no, well, 2 at one end. Throw to the keeper. She can't get it. Well, A little bit too keen there, Savani, to go for the overthrow when it didn't fall too far from the edge of the pitch, and Tekildirim was backing up, but just needed a better throw to the keeper, and this could have been gone as well. Have a look at it on the replay, thanks to 2 circles. Does really well to block it. Tekildirim, and it's picked up, and not the easiest one for the keeper, who was in a bit of a hurry to get back to the stumps. Pretty good shout. Umpire thought might have been a bit of bat in there, I think. Maybe just missing leg, but it's always hard to tell from behind. Still in the balance. Grease in the box seat now. Savani likes to open the face, does again here. Just got to keep it ticking and avoid long runs of dot balls here if you're Greece. Who are the more experienced of the 2 teams, I will say that. Duran. She struggled ball to the left-hander here. Great bit of keeping to stop that going for extras. Love to see her back over the wicket. She's always falling down the leg side to run. And even if it is a straighter ball, it's an easy whack away to the leg side for Ajrapol. Love to see her attempting a different angle. That one is a bit straighter, and Ajrapolu can't cash in. And then you can ask the batter, what would you rather? She definitely would say, I'd rather the bowler right arm around. Sometimes if you're not sure, think about your opponent. What would they like least? Better line this time, but she's found the fielder. Can you believe it? And Turan does get it to work eventually, and look who it is. It's Cengiz, who was extraordinary in the first innings, keeping that innings afloat, and now she's in the right place at the right time. Little push. She's fairly short there at point, but she was just hoping for a little tentative push away, and that's the thing. When you get the line right, it doesn't really matter the angle. If you get the line right, you can create opportunities, and Uana Ajrapolu is going to have to go. Good catch. The good thing about this catch, I suppose, she didn't have too long to think about it to run with the wicket. This is an over that's had 5 extra deliveries in it. In fact, not even close to finishing yet. Here's Siriotti coming out at number 4. The captain, we saw her nursing a bit of an ankle issue earlier on. Siriotti scored 9 in that. What would be a successful chase yesterday, but she scored 24 not out earlier in the day. And if you look back to match 1, she opened the batting and only scored 1. So again, 1 decent innings, I suppose. That's well bowled. It's certainly a bit more of a natural angle, I suppose, against the right-hander. And you might say, well, why is she bowling around the wicket? Especially at this level, some bowlers just really prefer the feel of one side of the wicket. And one of the things that's actually relevant, sometimes right-arm bowlers, they feel like they're going to get too close to the umpire if they come over the wicket when they're getting started. So they feel like they've got a bit more room to move from this side. Well bowled. Well, there's a little bit of an appeal, but Didn't hear anything. Don't think the bowler did either because she didn't bother appealing. 2-run. The strange old over. But does get out of it with only 7 runs off it. And, of course, that big wicket of Arjurapolu. And at the end of the 6-over power play, Greece are 46 for 2. And we're right back to a runner ball required. What about the short point in there for the prod? Worked out beautifully. Still can't believe Turkey batted the 20. And have a look at that. After the maiden in the 18th, they take 11 off the 19th, 16 off the 20th. Amazing. Ayan, the captain. Certainly no shortage of screaming every time the ball hits the pad. I think Ayan, she has a bit of a wry smile there. She knows. Actually, that wasn't out. Nudged away. It was too full. And it'll go away for 4. Ayan, disappointed to go to the boundary there, but can fight back. 50s come up for Greece. And Turkish management certainly pretty anxious, as is everyone at the moment, I think. White jumps up. Good bowling by Ayan. And kept out by Savani. So 7 overs down, 50 for 2. Blue skies. It's good to see. If we had a bit of a storm brewing, didn't we, earlier? And there still is a chance of it later on. But I think we should be okay. Famous last words, though, in Bulgaria. Remember Rico saying that here once, and it was crazy, the kind of storm that we had. Luckily, I'd already hightailed it to the safety of the inside area. Okay, so they've got the runs required out above the balls remaining again. Özkunduz is the new bowler. She's going to come around the wicket. Interesting, they made the change after 2 run, finally got the wicket and finally got rid of the left-hander. So I'm a little bit surprised that they make that change. Özkunduz is the 5th bowler used. I know you have to use 5 bowlers, but it felt 2 run. Even the 5 wides she bowled, they were all to the lefty. A late cut. Late dab, I should say. Siriossi will get one. So only happy to watch that one go through. Can't be selective, I suppose, but they've worked their way back. Not often you see the runs required be less than the balls, but then with a fielding team fighting back to now get the runs back above the balls remaining. It's a good ball, actually. It's good use of that angle. It's got a similar angle we saw from Turan. Passed over from this end. Down leg side, doesn't quite get this right. Game's in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. 53% to Greece. Bit of a hold up here. They're just checking that all the fields are where they should be. And so you can hear a lot of action around the ground. Just a quick look at what's happening at the moment. Might have been a situation where they didn't have enough fielders on the offside. You need to have at least 4 fielders on the offside. So yeah, you can't have more than 5 on the leg side is another way to put it. So if there were 6 fielders on the leg side, it should actually be a no ball in limited overs cricket. It applies to 10, 20 and 50 over cricket. So yeah, no balls called. And yeah, that's good umpiring. I think that was what the issue was about. You could see them putting another player over there. So free hit coming up. You'll actually cancel the wide. Just means this is a free hit instead. That won't make too much difference in the end. It's well fielded by Turan down there, deep third. Yeah, Bale blew off there. I'd love to see a replay of this. I think it's one of those things. I feel like it didn't affect the play. Bale blows off, but the umpire doesn't actually call it dead. So in my mind, I'd probably let that go. But I can also understand. And then the bowlers blew off, so they may decide that that ball's dead. Again, it's a funny old one. So if the umpire notices the Bale blowing off before the ball's received, then they're kind of obligated to call dead ball, because that one was pretty much as it was bowled. I think they're going to let it go. That kind of makes sense. So at the end of 8 overs, it's 54 for 2. I was going to do this with a pretty tight over in the end. Yeah, it's a bit of a little-known condition, that one, in limited overs cricket. You're only allowed 5 fielders on the leg side. Can't have 6. Nurkic. Strike bowler coming back. Let the first one go past. Yeah, Greece just slowing down a little bit. Still plenty of work to do. 76 required. Oh, very well bowled once again. She's been a real find, hasn't she? Well bowled once again. Just has this consistency. She's a bit ahead of where some of her teammates are with the ball. Turkish crowd loving it. Time just over pitches. Uh-oh, overcommitment. And it just gets away with it now. They think about a run and they might get one. And bit of chaos there. Again, how many times have we seen in this series batters not looking at each other? So you can see here, it's kind of it's the striker's fault there. Probably had to make a call, didn't, just turned around. So the only thing that really saves Siriotti is that she noticed, she was looking at the striker and she noticed that Savani wasn't running. What's going on here? Around the wicket or not? Or not? Can't quite get this going, but I think, yeah, making sense. She's staying over the wicket, as she should. And a good ball, thick inside edge. Flies away. Good fielding down there from Tekyildirim. Wasn't she brilliant in that last wicket partnership of 52? Just repeating a world record T20IW partnership of 52. Unbroken, by the way. Only broken by the end of the 20 overs. The first ever 50 partnership for the 10th wicket in women's T20I cricket. Good bowling. Can't leave them all day. And that, I think, is the end of the 9th over. So 56 for 2 off 9. And that over only had 2 runs in it. The plot thickens. And Greece were quite well ahead. But that second wicket going down. Hadripolu getting caught for 19. Just brought Turkey back to level pegging. $19 extras. Although they have cleaned it up a bit in the last couple of overs. 10th overtime. Push and run this time. It's into a gap. So Tekyildirim getting the ball. Again, she batted number 11 and batted magnificently. Had to be patient, was 0 off 13 at one stage. Ended up with 15 off 29 balls. Imagine your number 11 facing 29 balls in a T20I. Quite amazing. And swing and a miss. Turkey can just feel them getting back into this, can't you? Tekyildirim didn't play the first game. Did take 2 for 18 in the second game. Took 2 for 3 last night, so she's taken 2 wickets in each of the times we've seen her bowl. And that one's hit back to bowl. That's a good example of backing up correctly. You know, back up, but then head back only if it is hit back to the bowler. Apart from that, you can just stay your ground and then make up your mind whether you want to continue or whether you want to turn down the run. Push and run this time. Greece have just fallen behind, as you can see. Boundary probably gets them back to 50-50 though. Lunging, attempted defense. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, I understand you want to get forward, but probably using a lot of weight. You're committing a lot of weight, lunging at the shot, when really, if you hit, it's not going to go anywhere. Probably better playing a bit from the crease. At the time she pretty much does and keeps it out, but Siriotti 3 off 8, and I think with that, the rate creeps out past 7 and over required for the first time. Well, 10 overs down. Time for a drink. 59 for 2. Quick hello to everyone who's out there. I know that Rico and Phil putting in a big shift in Belgium today. A 6-game day over there in Belgium. This is what's coming up tomorrow, though, as we'll see the action starting just marginally before the Bulgaria first ball. So it starts 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. Last day of group matches before finals Friday in Belgium. And, of course, the ECSW in Belgium, featuring 2 teams from Belgium, 1 from France and 1 from Luxembourg. So that's the start time for Belgium. 15 minutes later, we'll have the start of the men's T20I here in Bulgaria. But as far as this game goes, I can kind of feel like the destiny's in Turkey's hands here if they can get the extras under control. If they don't, I think Greece, more than likely, with the wickets in hand, they can go that 7 and over required. But with Greece, I'd love to see them maybe not blocking so many, just giving themselves a chance. You can still kind of use the pace. You don't have to hit in the air, but I'd love to see a little bit more intent, I think, because you'd hate to fall behind without firing a shot. And the truth is, they do have batting to come as well to Greece. They've got Georgiota listed next. Ravitsiotia listed at 6. But this game is very much in the balance. 34%. I don't know. I feel it's a bit light on for Greece. I still think they're probably in the Goldilocks zone. The supercomputer knows. Put it this way, it's a very different game if they were just requiring about another 20, which looked like at one stage they'd be chasing 80. When it was 77 for 9, you'd say, okay, 80 target. But that 50 partnership making all the difference. Now they're chasing 130, and they need 70 off the last 10 overs, not 20. Huge difference. All right, well, Cengiz was brilliant with the bat. Now we're going to see it with the ball in over number 11. Took none for 18 when these two teams met in the first game. Took a wicket last night against Bulgaria as well. But yeah, 15 off 26. Savani's letting the game drift on her watch, really. You know what you need to do. You need 71 runs. Happy to see a bit more intent that time, but just sneaks in for a dot. That's a hit me ball. Probably should have been hit for 4. But Savani missed times that will have to settle for 1. And that's the thing, Greece, I think, let's be honest, they haven't been allowed to bat very well in this last little phase. And these two have been together 5 overs now for 14 runs. That's the hard truth of the matter. And that's more like it. Siriotti going after it. Again, they've got more protection in the outfield now, so it's only a single. So include that ball. 15 runs in 5 overs since these two have come together. Remember, at one stage they needed under a run a ball. Now it's come out to a gap of 13 between runs required and balls remaining. Now taking it's a good run. It's a good run. Very good awareness from Siriotti. This is the way to do it. I see a replay of this, but Siriotti sees it. Savani does the right thing. She doesn't know where the ball is. It's behind her. So she looks up at her partner and says, fine, if you're running, I believe you. You're the one that can see. It's behind me. Umpire clothesline. Oh, now they've switched the bail to the other side. Bit sunny now, at least. Before it was only windy. Well, that could be a no ball, you know. I was dropping a little bit. That's been smashed away. They'll come back for 2. It would have been out. Bounced out of the bowler's hands. It has been called a no ball. But remember, you can get run out off a no ball. It was a bullet of a throw that came back in from the outfield. Chengiz found it a bit too spicy. Yeah, might not have time. We can show you this one very quickly. But you can see here, the throw came in. So then free hit. It's hit reasonably well from Siriotti. I don't know if you can go back to that run out opportunity, but it was a perfectly accurate throw, but just a bit too hard for the bare-handed Chengiz to hold on to. I like the Sophie Molyneux comparison as well, Monty Luce. So noted. End of the over. So 66 for 2 after 11. They're going at run a ball pace at the moment. Greece. The other thing is they've got heaps of options here, Turkey. They've used 7 bowlers now. No one's really disgraced themselves either. So they can go to the bowlers they feel are the best options for the situation without worrying about, you know, trying to fill overs with bowlers they might not be confident with. First one gets away from Tek Yildirim. Number 11s of the world unite. She was brilliant, wasn't she? This one just misses the mark. Overcorrection. Is that outside off stump? Tek Yildirim as well. You know, she hadn't batted in the series so far until today. Well bowled. Now I think it's about the time that you start looking at that 7 and over and saying, look, we need 7 off this over. If it means we have to take a risk our wicket, then I think we do. We've got 8 wickets to play with. There's basically 8 overs to go after this one. Deflection, no run. It's a good result. It's a kind of length that maybe you can go back and pull. But Siriotti does like to lurch onto that front foot. To be some sort of victory for Turkey. Remember, came into this series having never won a T20I women's match. They beat Greece by 2 runs in the opener. They were 77 for 9 here in the final. Again, premeditated kind of, I won't say premeditated, but an early decision to block from Siriotti rather than maybe try and work it away with a bit more intent to the leg side. Both these two striking at about 50. Not quite what's required. There's a low full toss. Siriotti gets a scratch on it, but yeah, they got the field well set. You know, come through for 2. That's good running. It's the least you can do, I suppose, if the boundaries aren't coming. To push for a second run. And they get it. So that's 4 off this over, of 4 balls. Like I said, you need 7 and over, otherwise you're going to fall further behind. Swing and a miss. This one does stay inside. Monty Lou's talked about the blocked free hit yesterday. Well, I've seen it happen before. Anybody's game. And look at those percentages. Right back in the Goldilocks zone. That'll help a little bit. So we're up to 5 in the over with the ball to go to Kildarim. She must be feeling pretty confident, all things considered, given her impact on the first innings with the bat. And this goes wrong. It's going to be a no ball, and it's going to sneak past the keeper. Gets a piece of it, though. Does Chenik. So they get 2 runs for free. So there's your 7 off the over. In fact, you've got another ball to try and add to it. One thing I love about these two teams, they speak in their native languages. You hear Greek, you hear Turkish when these two teams are in the field. This one, she can't do too much with it, ends up wearing it. So, despite being a free hit, it will go down to the book as a dot. Exactly, I was going to say 7 off it. Maybe I miscounted. No, 7 off it. That was right. And it's 73 for 2 off 12 overs. So stick with that. 7 and over, 7 and over. Don't limit yourself to less. Wickets don't matter so much now for Greece. You might need to call other batters in. That's fine if you do. But don't let that rate creep out anymore with these two at the crease. Here's Ayan, the captain. And that's it. You don't necessarily need boundaries. You can probably get 7 with, you know, a few singles, maybe a 2 in the over. Normally you do get 1 or 2 extras in the over on average. But test the Turkish fielders. They haven't been able to execute a run out yet. They've had chances. They still are inexperienced, despite their successes in this tournament. 9 runs the gap between the runs required and the balls remaining now. That one similar to the one that hit Savani last over. I don't know. I'd be seriously considering a change here. The question is, who do you go to? Georgiotta listed to come in next. Got Mary, maybe? I'd love to have her. And looking for a run, but doesn't get it past the bowler. Turkey are definitely pulling ahead here. It's almost like watching the game develop in slow motion. Ayan has been an excellent bowler. That's well bowled as well. Oh, hurled it back at the bowler's end. You could almost have taken an overthrow there. I think she was trying to attack the non-striker's end. It was the keeper, Chenik. Gap out to 12 now. I've only got 1 run off the 4 balls in this over. Again, well bowled. Really well bowled from Ayan. And it is a correct shot, but I mean, 16 off 36. Savani's letting the game drift away on her watch. Mid-wicket comes tight now. That's better shot. Throws the hands at that one. And that'll run away for 4. Badly needed boundary for Greece. Savani, I like the way she she shows a bit more intent here. Admittedly, she has a bit of width to work with this time. Some of the other balls are a bit straight for her to attack. But the 4 to finish the over. But only the 5 runs off the over. So Turkey win the over with the rate required being 7. And at the end of 13 at 78 for 2, Greece exactly a run a ball. Well, let's be honest. They're about the same total that Turkey were at this stage. But there's a huge difference in the amount of wickets lost. After 12 overs, well, let's say after 13 overs in the first innings, Turkey were 82 for 9 and Greece 78 for 2. But the wickets are no good if you don't use them either. You know, those batters, they're sitting on the bench doing nothing. Right now, they know what they need to do. See, 7.5 and over required. Now, Oskunduz comes back to bowl the 14th. Little bottom edge there. Just needed a little bit more batter. Would have gotten around the keeper. But Siriotti hit it too fine. And now the next one. Not going too far at all. I just don't think you can... Put a strange one, but if these two bat the last 7 overs, I think Greece definitely lose. Honestly, they've had a while now. They need to change personnel. That's more like it from Siriotti, who tries it, but she might be gone. No, bounces out, and it's Cengiz again. Well, that's the other thing, though. These two, maybe I should rephrase what I said. These two, with this mindset, will definitely not be able to get the runs. But they need to change their mindset. And even if it risks wickets like that, should have been out probably. Wasn't an easy one for Cengiz. That's a back. They get a run, though. So they need to flick the switch. Right down the leg side. I'm not going to run here, you know. I think you've got to allow that. There's one in the first innings. That one's a bit more clear in that the keeper has been attacking the bowlers. And I'd love to see that again. It's been called a wide, was it? A wide was caught. I didn't think it was a wide. Umpire just kind of said, hey, what are you going to do? That one definitely is a wide. Very much in the balance. Greece have now taken the lead again. Well, scored as a wide earlier in the over, so they get 2 for that. Now Siriotti scrambles through for a single. In fact, no, they don't get the single in the end. So how many we had? We had 4. We've had 4 off this over. Under edge, great keeping actually, and it should be out. Oh, somehow it's been missed, and it almost turned out to be running at the other end. It's going to be off the leg in the end of the batter. Have a look there. It went so quickly. What a stop from Chenik, and it bounced and really point blank range. 2-run misses, and they get through for a leg bye. More drama. Push and run to the outfielder this time. So they get 6 off this over and the plot thickens. Anybody's game with 6 overs left to go. Greece are 84 for 2. Do you have one team on top here? I mean, it's too close to call. I know Shoban, he'll probably be taking a bit of time away from his sightseeing to have a look at these last few overs. Yeah, that one that was the overthrow from the keeper was a wide for down the leg side in that last over, so it was a correct call from the umpire. Just confirming, even though the keeper threw it from the offside, the original delivery Was down the leg side. All right. Again, now you basically, 7, really need 8 and over, but I mean, you take 7 minimum here. Got to take it deep. Let's hope if there are any showers that they're overnight. They don't affect anything tomorrow with the men's getting underway. Okay. 15th over. It's Ayan, the captain. Loses the first one down the leg side, but she is really one of their trump cards. Still got an over from Eskinder Kilik, who's also been very, very good. He's got 1 for 11 off 3 overs. Good bowling. What a cliffhanger. What a game. These two teams separated by only 2 runs in game 1. Will it go down to the wire again? Rani's favourite little deflection shot. I like that they're taking on more runs now as well. I think it's something you have to do. And Turkey, to their credit, they've certainly cleaned up the wides a lot after they let far too many get away from them early in this innings. Siriati, it's time to get on with it. Good fielding out there, though. It's frustrating as a batter when you hit a pretty attacking shot, but you find the outfielder, so it's only a single. Those are the kind of ones as well. Let's be honest, Greece let a few slip by them for 4 that probably shouldn't have in that first innings that inflated the score even more. Good bowling from Ayan, but she's only got 2 balls left. I love the attitude from Jenik behind the stumps. She's real ball of energy back there. Okay, let's hit the bat here, Savani. They've worked out now. Look, there's a run to most of these infielders, even as long as we go straight away. Oh, it's gone. It's a big moment. Ayan finally breaks through with her very last delivery of the tournament. And she gets Siriati. So captain gets captain at a crucial time. Siriati, you could feel the pressure getting to her a little bit. Had to get on with it. Couldn't just keep blocking forever. And Ayan hits the middle stump. So, was it the wicket that Greece had to lose? Time will tell. But right now, Siriati has to walk off for 12 off 25. And after 15 overs, it's 88 for 3. And you can see how much it means to her as well. Raksu Ayan coming to the party. Turkey, they've just stood up in some of these situations where the pressure's really been on. Georgiota comes out, but she comes out with the rate required, having gone out into the 8s now. Remember, Turkey almost had no right to even get this many. They were 77 for 9 with 8 overs remaining. So 15 overs down, 88 for 3. Just a reminder that there's more cricket coming your way tomorrow with the men's series starting. And it'll be a bit of a later start as well. So it will be 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Here's Tekildarim, the hero. One of the heroes of that 10th wicket partnership. She batted 11. Right now, can she bowl her team into a more commanding position? Turkey in a good spot, but still 5 overs could change all of that. First one down the leg side. Will get called wide, and they're going to sneak an extra one. I'd love to see this on the replay. In fact, it's been given. It has. Just think that Georgiotta was very slow to go there and didn't get a good backslide in, and I think it's a good call. Let's have a look at it on the replay. We'll try and freeze the moment the ball hits the stumps. Didn't really ever fully extend. Oh, let's have a look at it again. Maybe we can see the exact moment. It gets very hard to see the line there. Let's have a look. But it's a direct hit. There's the... Oh, I mean, she looks in, doesn't she? But the umpire's got a side-on view. It's a better view than the one that we get. Got to admit, took me by surprise slightly, but has been given, and Georgiotta is run out without facing a ball. Let's just say, the Greeks, when they look at that, they won't be too happy. But let's not forget as well, Argyropoulos early, the replay showed she was run out and she wasn't given out. So in a way, a little bit of an evening out, even if you do adjudge her to be in there on the replay. That's not the way it's meant to work, and it'll be cold comfort to Georgiotta. And she won't be able to move the needle. Goes without facing a ball. So it'll be a wide and a wicket. Drama all over the place. I'll make that 90 for 5. $1-800 dial a hero. $89 for 4, make that. And now this will be worked away. Prissy Messi Mary comes out at number 6. Now, never really for Greece. Can they get a bit of a run on? I mean, just always feel like they've been, it's almost like they're carrying huge weights out there when they're batting. But can they get a run on, put the pressure back on Turkey? Excellent bowling. Tekio Durham, for someone that didn't even make the side in the first game, she's turned into a huge, huge part of this final with their heroics at number 11, and then doing a very good job with the ball as well. That's the thing at this stage. All right. There's a win for Turkey. Nice shot it might be, but it's a scoreless shot from Savani. Got to start taking a few chances before it's too late. Will help. We'll bring one run. Here's their one final twist. It just seems to be running Turkey's way. But is there a partnership at tempo from Greece? Near enough if they're good enough, the Greeks. Got to be looking to run. I like this from Parisi Messimeri. Is looking to run. I'm going to see that replay again, but she's looking to run. She's not going to let Savani just block it and not take a run. That's been taken nastily by Tekil Dirham. That's no good. Maybe we can see a replay of this one. The throw came whistling in, and it's collected a... It's been a war of attrition. Have a look here. Throw came whistling in, and bang. Peter on maybe the heel, maybe the ankle. I think should be all right. Needs a bit of attention. Well, socks off. Time for the magic spray. We really need a sponsor for the magic spray, don't we? It gets enough airtime. But I mean, maybe it's not a bad thing for Greece, because they can actually get a bit of instruction from their coaching staff and say, hey, listen, we need now 9 and over. I'd rather you get out than block a dot. I think that's where we're at now. You still have Yeah, 5 batters sitting on the sidelines that haven't had a hit yet. Got 6 wickets in hand. And just don't let this game drift away without some kind of fight. And we've seen signs of that, haven't we, from Greece? But maybe not enough signs. No, credit has to go to Turkey as well. I will say, I think that Greece pretty unlucky to see Georgiota given run out. But like I said earlier on, Adrapoulou was run out, but wasn't given out. So really can't see that having too much of an influence on the game. Although, who knows, maybe Georgiota, she was not given out. She could have stayed in and scored at the kind of tempo required. What a fascinating series this has been. Full of surprises. And full of decent amount of close finishes as well. There's only 4 overs left in this series. Wild one. Again, they might want to check for a height. Oh, that's going to be run out. Savani's going to have to go now. Wow, surely. Let's wait and see on the replay. I don't know if he's been given out of the field. I didn't even see he had a bat down. Did she have her foot in? Let's have a look. Seemed well out to me. Let's check it out in the replay. We'll try and freeze this for you. Oh, yeah. She's gone by a mile. Gone by a mile. But I wonder, I think, it's a bit of a square up. I don't think you can go to the replay. I find it amazing. We'll see. Let's show it normal speed. This is what the umpire sees, Lloyd. He does have a different angle. But you got to see that. Can we show maybe a normal speed one? But even at normal speed, you should be able to tell that she's a good 2 steps out. Let's have a look at it. But I don't think you can go to the replay because you haven't all day. Even the foot that lands after the stumps. But she's made it. So that's quite amazing. There's no other way to say it. It is a howler. And it's another reason I think the ICC need to allow replays to help umpires if they're available. But let's be honest, Georgiota was given out in a tight one. It was probably in his head. And so he hasn't given a clear one. And I mean a clear one there. And Savani somehow survives. Maybe that's not a bad thing for Turkey because she's only striking at about 50. Quite extraordinary stuff. So we saw one that was probably in, given out. We've seen one that was definitely out, given in. And up is down, black is white. But yeah, I can explain many things, but it's not something I can explain. All right, so where are we at? I also wasn't sure we got the 6th ball in that last over. In fact, there it is. So we got 16 overs down. It's 94 for 4. Savani's golden. Not done yet. Greece running on fumes in this chase. 4 overs, 36 required. It's time to go for it or go home with silver. Basically, that's what it comes down to for Greece. They need 9 and over. Nurkilic. She's a very good bowler too. Oh, gets through the keeper. That's going to run away. Great effort. Oh, I think, you know what? I'd love to see this as well. Again, the umpires, they won't have the benefit of the replay. It'll be given a bye. But when the second touch here, is she on the line? That's fine, but let's have a look. Is she stepping on the line? Let's have a look. She is. It's got to be 4, but I don't know if they've seen it. That's got to be 4. It's not going to be given 4. And it's because the umpires, they don't have the benefit of the replays. wow. Again, I'll just wait to see how that was scored. But I think they have just given it one. Only one. And she had 2 feet outside the boundary. Oh, wow. I mean, all of these, I'll call them as they are, they're errors. They're kind of all evened out in a way. Greece got super lucky there, but then unlucky that they should have really had 4 buys instead of 1 buy. Yeah, Robot, mentioning, and we've talked about this a lot. The ICC won't allow, it doesn't allow replays unless there's minimum standards, but the results are really big errors standing, which I feel is a bit unfair. I mean, people might have their own opinions, but you'd rather have more correct than less. You're not going to have perfection, but you'll definitely avoid some of the situations here. Gone. Well, there you go. Chrissy Messameri was lucky to survive earlier. But now she gets done by a good Yorker from Nurkilic once again. Full and straight, maybe a little bit of an inside edge onto the stumps. Excellent bowling from a real classy prospect for Turkey. Second wicket for Ezgi, and the score is 98 for 5. Yeah, so I mean, what I'd suggest with the replays is not that it has to be used, but if both captains agree that the umpires should be able to use whatever technology is available for line decisions and boundary stops, because it makes sense. It doesn't have to be perfect, but better is better than worse, if that makes sense. But anyway, like I said, it's all kind of evened out in this game. Doesn't always, though, does it? I suppose you also got to say, the umpires, they've had a long week and a long, hot week, and there's a bit of fatigue, I'm sure, creeping in to that. What a good over. Well, we had the 3 singles and 1 bye, so it's 98 for 5 after 17 overs. But again, if that had been given 4, which it should have been, it might have completely changed the strike. It might have changed everything. Just we'll never know. But the thing is, in the end, it's the umpires that cop the heat, isn't it? So, if you ask them, they would like to have a little bit of assistance if it's available. They don't want to have errors potentially changing the outcome. Right down the leg side first up. Oh, thrown back accurately by the keeper. Wide though. 3 overs. Can Greece get close? Can they force a finish here? Özkunduz back for the 18th. That 10th wicket partnership has propelled Turkey to competitiveness. Is it going to propel them to the trophy? French card. Well, that's going to fly away pretty quickly. Yeah, they want to. Oh, I've got now. Almost might cause a run out anyway. Umpire has a good look and says, gone. Well, there you go. Did seem very close. Ivan had a good look. We will get a look at this one from side on. Again, they needed to go for 2 at this stage. We'll have a look at it. We'll try and freeze. We'll do our best. This is what the umpire kind of sees. They will see it a bit slower than he did. In it comes. And I think it's a pretty good decision. The bat's in the air there for me. It's a very tight one, but I think that one shows the bat hasn't landed yet. And I think, we've got to give credit. Now, Ivan there's made an incredibly good decision in real time. Maybe we can show that at the speed that he saw it. But it will be the end for Savani, who probably should have been run out moments ago. This is what the umpire sees live, more or less. This is the normal speed. So for him to call this live, it's a gutsy call, but it's the right one. Well done. I think you have to give credit to the umpire. But again, he would be breathing a lot easier if he could just say, hey, can I have a replay? As we do every day in the ECS. But that one was a correct call. And do get 1 for that. And it brings up the 100 for Greece, but it's 100 for 6. Kapsokavadi faces up again. Wide down the leg side. That's the thing. Can Turkey hold their nerve? I mean, it's the kind of score to defend that if one over goes off the rails or someone bowls a whole bunch of extras in a row, then it could still head south for Turkey. Good comeback this time. Moskundus. Now, full toss. It was high-ish, wasn't it? I'll get through for a single. Yeah, robot, spot on. That was a very good decision. And I think it's one of those times he had to think about in his head, and he says, I think that's out. With run-outs, normally if you think they're out, they are, especially if they're direct hits. That one's hit pretty well, but you wouldn't believe it. Straight to the fielder. I mean, it would have been a wide if she just left it alone, but you can understand her going after that. Full toss. Gets this one straight at a fielder as well. Credit to Turkey. They defended well. We're kind of at the stage now. If they can bowl 13 legal deliveries, you can't see Greece scoring 27. I think Greece need a bit of help from extras from here, you'd think. Again, good contact. Now's the time. And now we're seeing the intent, but it's come too late almost. Good direct hit. That one won't result in a run out. And that's the end of the over. So 104 for 6. But again, where was this intent through those middle overs where the game drifted? Greece had the power to push for these kind of runs. Yeah, and no one's saying either that we should be trying to create the ICC minimum standards that they set, by the way, and spending hundreds of thousands of euros on the setup. Just, a basic setup. As we know in European Cricket Series, you can get kind of 95% of the decisions right and then stick with the umpire's call for the rest. I mean, it's only better. There's no drawback to it. I don't even know if the ICC cares. They probably don't. I don't think they ever envisioned we could cover games like this that are more than just a one-camera stream. But anyway, it's more, I think there shouldn't be rules against it is what I'm saying. And the fact that there's a rule that says you need this much, I think in 2025 is a bit out of date. Anyway, 26 required off 2 overs. Up in the air, and it will be taken. Is this Turkey's time to shine? There will be wild celebrations if they can hold on. But firstly, they celebrate the wicket. It's a nice bit of catching. I mean, had plenty to do there. Had to run to her left. And it's Kavasoglu that takes the catch. It's going to be the end of Vivitsiotti. And Greece, wow, finding it very, very tough down the stretch as that run rate has crept up and up and up that's required. Remember, at one stage they had it down below a run of ball, but Turkey in both innings fighting back, fighting their way to a position of ascendancy. And have a look at those scenes. Turkey, they'd never won a T20I women's match heading into this week. Now they find themselves on the brink of a trophy and 4 consecutive wins. And so Callis comes out to bat. Need a bit of a miracle now, don't they, Greece? The 7 down. Yeah, and so no one's saying that there's any option at the moment with the cameras, but I think playing conditions they should change with the times. I think the time has come. A bit wide, Now they're going to take it on. They'll get there. Got to go for pretty much everything now. So 2 runs for free makes it 24 off 10. Yeah, and I also wonder how high Turkey might climb in the rankings after being pretty much right at the bottom, or not even having enough, I think, to qualify for a ranking. Now they'll be up. I don't know exactly where, but maybe around the 60s. We'll see. This is going to be called wide. I think it's a good call. 23 off 10. Man, Jenkins has done it again. Now has a wicket to show for her efforts. She's my player of the match, I think, for her effort in the first innings. But, Tekil Darim equally deserves it. All right, got a run here. The outside edge. They'll take one. That's all they'll get. I think Jennings kept really well as well. I could have easily gotten past her for more runs. Yeah, not taking anything for granted yet in the Turkish camp. What an effort. More bowls. Well, throw it into the batter who, to be honest, I might have been see. Kapsakavati is looking to run at all costs. I mean, they'll need a magical finish here. Just think about the last 2 overs as well in the first innings, and the fact that 9 down, they were able to completely change things up. They got 27 in the last 2 overs, and that was 9 down. Little dab down here. And they'll get one. Handled cleanly by Oskundus. Yeah, I can share the link as well in the chat of the rankings. Might find those interesting. Of course, they'll change based on results in this series. 20 off 7. And Turkey weren't ranked going into this series. Greece 48 currently listed. Nice shot from Kapsakavati. But again, doesn't get past the infield. And Kilic, how good's she been? So Greece, they've let the game drift, and now they need a minor miracle, needing 19 off the last over. It's 111 for 7, and Turkey at 1 solid over away from the championship. And you start to look at all these little things. I mean, one thing is the highest over in the whole game was 16, and that was the last over of the first innings. In this innings, the highest over has been 14. That was in the 4th over. They've got plenty of bowling options, don't they? I think I'd be sticking with established bowling option here, but it looks like this is Turan who's going to bowl the last over. Just has to keep it straight. 19 required to win. And the world record 10th wicket partnership for Turkey. The difference between these two teams, the difference between second and first, it seems that way. Or is there one final twist? Greece need to go for broke here. 19 required. It's the last over of the T20IW. Got to run. Where are you going? Got to run. Got to know the situation. Now you might think about going again. Probably can't. Goes to the keeper. But again, it's just that inexperience. I know you got to feel for some of the lower order batters here, but you got to run for pretty much everything now. Squeeze every run you can. Put some pressure back on the bowler. It's hard to see Greece winning unless Turan completely loses the plot here. Callis. Can she be a hero? Looking for something short she can whack away. We've had 2 sixes in the tournament. Well, we have a third here. That would really create some drama. $18 required. 5 balls remaining. Turkey just have to keep it steady. That's a good result for Greece. Maybe it just gets in Turan's head a little bit, who had some issues with wides in her first over, but it's mostly to the left-handed Ajrapoğlu. So 17 off 5 now. Better ball, but good shot from Callis. Better straight to the fielder. And Turkey seem to have done enough. 113 for 8. Callis has the right idea, but picks out the fielder. Decent contact, but yeah, Turkey, they hold on to the opportunity. And Turkey, a remarkable start and a remarkable comeback in this T20IW. It was Jelic that takes the catch. A wicket for Turan. Her second. 113 for 8. What a gripping series, though, it's been. And this is one for all those number 11s out there, I think. Who's your player of the tournament as well? Something to think about. So, Kurkulu comes out to bat, 4 to calm. You've got to run here. It's not going to help that much. Just got to bowl 3 straight balls. Three straight balls away. Turkey from a memorable Bulgarian bonanza. Not a bad shot at all. Kapsakavati will get 1, but that pretty much does it now. Yeah, Greece, they've been brave as well, but I think they learn a few things from this series. I think particularly look at this final, letting the game drift for too long in the middle. Now this could be out. No, it doesn't carry back to the bowler. But we're going to have some wild celebrations. And look, I remember at Turkey in the ECL when they joined and Istanbul KSK in the second year of Turkey's involvement. There were some wild celebrations then. Well, I think you can expect to see some now from the brave women in light blue who are 1 ball away from their maiden T20IW title and the first silverware for Turkey in international cricket. Here we go. And that'll do it. And for Turkey, the women have done it better. They have the first ever trophy going to Turkey in international cricket with a marvellous run. A 4-win streak sees them getting over the line. A side that had never won a T20I women's match before this series began. And they've gone 1, 2, 3, 4. And Turkey are your champions. What a wonderful display. What a wonderful team effort. I love the way they were resilient when so many times they played from a position of difficulty. We saw that in the very first game, if you remember back. And they found themselves losing early wickets. They found themselves in a tough position then. They fought back to 118. On that occasion, they were 77 for 7 before the turnaround. They got to 118 and held on by 2 runs. And in the second match up against Greece, which would happen in the final. They were even in more trouble, weren't they? At 77 for 9 with over 8 overs remaining, but a 52-run unbroken partnership saw them do 129 and saw them across the line in the end. They hold on by 11 runs, and Turkey, well, they grabbed the flag, and it's going to be a really proud moment for them as well. I know they've worked so hard. I'm quite amazed at the rate of their improvement. And I've seen a lot of countries developing in Europe, but it's a nice moment, and they do have the men's side. We'll stay with them. The men's side are also there to help them celebrate. Well, they're going to go into the secret garden, but no secret about who the champions are. But there's a few talking points, if I'm completely honest, in this second half. But I think Greece, when it came down to it, they got ahead of the rate, but then they slipped back and never looked like it after that. That was Macri, who used 11 balls for 2 before she was bowled. I think a lot of this is on the top order. This was quite an amazing one. Actually hit the stumps, but didn't knock off the bails. And so that wasn't out when you thought for sure it would have been. But the boundaries, they were hard to come by. There were only 6 boundaries in the innings. 3 to Azurpolu and 3 to Savani. But that was a good catch, wasn't it? That's my player of the match. Kulcetic. Having said that, there's been a lot of good performers. Got to Ayan was excellent. This was a funny one. Bounced off the keeper. Looked, again, in the replay, like she might have just gotten home, but it was given out. And then there'd be an extraordinary couple of decisions down the stretch. This one was a good decision, actually, from Ivan. Fraction out, correctly given. Then we had Greece in a position where they needed 8, 9, 10, eventually more and over. They needed 19 off the last. But I think if you're Greece, it'll be a loss that stings, but I think it's a loss they learn something from. About just trying to stay ahead of the pace and taking a few calculated risks in the middle. For Turkey, though, it was time for them to celebrate, and I know they'll be thrilled about their overall performance. They had the belief. They had the players that were able to come together for a magical 3 days, and they walk away with the T20IW trophy. 118 in response. Greece will be feeling they never should have been chasing anywhere near the 130 that they ended up having to chase. 26 to Savani, but a 49 balls. Azurpolu was the only batter to go at a run of ball. Everyone else went less, sometimes quite a lot less. And bowling-wise, again, team effort. 7 bowlers used and 7 bowlers that bowled at least 2 overs each, I should say, as well. 2 for 13 for 2 run. I think Kilic, though, for me, she was brilliant. 2 for 14. So economical. The other wickets went to Göksu Ayan, who was lion-hearted. And Kulcetic, for me, she was the player of the game. And there's the tail of the tape. There were 2 runs between them in the opening game. And in the closing game of the series, 11 runs between the 2 teams. Big thank you to everyone in there. And obviously a very proud moment for Turkey. But I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat. It's quite an emotional moment for a lot of the Turkey supporters who worked very, very hard to improve their cricket. And maybe that'll just inspire their men to do something similar. Can they go to the double? Much like Austria in the Central Europe Cup in Czechia recently. Yeah, but Ash saying, yes, I'm impressed by the improvement of all the teams. That's true. Vladimir Ninkovic saying, congratulations to Turkey. And let's not forget, Serbia earlier in the day, they secured bronze, and Bulgaria, although they didn't win a game, they certainly took some strides along the way. And nice to see a couple of half centuries, for example, for the first time for a Bulgarian batter in a T20IW. This is what's happening right now. And there's still so much to go. They're into the second half of match 14 at the moment, with the Titans chasing 154 against the Lions. So you can turn over right now with Phil G and Rico doing the long shift today. Still 2 full matches even after this match is completed that you're watching right now. If you'd like to head over there. And of of course, it will continue tomorrow. And right here, we'll continue tomorrow with Shoban back in the hot seat to take you through the men's series. It'll go tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, 2 games apiece, and then a final on Sunday. Bulgaria have the double header tomorrow against Gibraltar and Turkey. And that starts 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Once again, big thanks to everyone there on the ground, all our crew at 2 Circles. But I think really for all the players and all the support stuff around the players, this is their moment. I think it's great to see a quadrangular series happening in Bulgaria and to see more and more participation, in particular native participation, I think in this series was really at a peak. So even though, for every winner there's a loser, and I know that Greece will be disappointed that they have to settle for second. I'm sure that will spur them on to improve their cricket and maybe get some revenge in the future. But Turkey, they can enjoy it. I want to say big thank you to all our friends at 2 Circles as well. And I just want to remind you that we have our social media at European Cricket. You can check out some of the highlights of the day, and there were plenty of highlights to check out. Don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out what the squads are for the men's, for example. Also, you can see what's happening in Belgium, some of the upcoming tournaments as well. Finally, if you are watching on YouTube, I'd love for you to like this video, and you can subscribe to the channel ECN European Cricket Network. But for now, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, hope you have a wonderful evening. I'll see you in Belgium. I'll be lurking around there, where Rico and Phil will take you home into the night hours as well. But obviously, we'll remember that world record partnership for a long time and a first ever trophy to Turkey. But from me, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, I hope you have a wonderful evening. See you very soon for more cricket on ECN. But for now, it's hasta pronto. Enjoy some of these highlights from finals day here in the Bulgaria T20IW.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back and forth.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your efforts these days. It was great pleasure for us to have you here on this tournament. The first tournament of the Balkans with 4 different teams. It's really great, and thank you very much on behalf of our parents. It's really nice to see how our young team growing in front of our eyes. Congratulations to all team, to the winners, to the pretenders, and all here. It was really nice to see you all here. So let's go forward with the ceremony. Let's start from the first place. So the first place is for the team Bulgaria. Bravo! So the third place is for our neighbors from Serbia. Second place, our friends from Greece. So before give the award for the winning team, the award for the MVP of the tournament. It was a great fight for it. So the MVP of the tournament is Adamantia Makri. The first place and the best team in this tournament is for our friends from Turkey. Congratulations. I would like to invite all teams. Let's make the picture together of all teams, please.
Come all teams, sit team by team. Guys,
All teams.
sit team by team.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.